Hello, everybody. Welcome to Menhera Monday. This is your host, Exhibit A, wishing you a very happy Menhera Monday. Why is my model so low? What's going on? Let me fix that. All right, there we go. That's not quite right. That's about right. That's about right, I think. Alright guys, hello. Once again, we are here. Hello, Bakiaro. Hello, Mr. Weenus. Hello, Luna. Glad you could make it. Congrats on being third. Congrats on being first, Mr. Weenus. You really got in the door there. Hello, Cypher. And hello, Moxie. And hello, Belle. Hello. Glad you could make it. Hello, Toy Box. Hello. Cypher getting buffering. Just refresh the page if you experience any issues. So, guys. Exhibit's here. Yes. Hello, Mr. Jackson. Whole gang's here. Whole gang is here. You're right. How are we all doing? Now in the countdown there, you might notice I used some different music. That's the music from Neverness to Everness, the game that we played last time. It's the driving music that we all thought was super awesome. And I decided to reuse that because it just sounds really cool. And it's just, something about it. Now, everything's a little bit quieter than it normally is, you might notice as well. Because I've changed my audio stuff a little bit. And you will also notice that my voice sounds nicer. It's much clearer. Much less, peaking on the mic. Only missing unknown, but I think he's busy today. No, he's here! Look! Right as you... speak of the devil and ye shall appear. Or as some people would say it, horribly mistranslated, mention Satan, and he shall enter. My water is not near me. I'll grab that in a minute. Devil, yeah. Speak of the devil. I'm gonna grab my water. Yeah, you guys have to wait. I'm sorry. Suffer. Yeah, alright. This week's question was... what was the best period of your life? Well, this answer is going to be a little different for everyone. And most of us are not at the end of our lives yet. Some of us may be contemplating whether to make a... How dare Bottle-chan steal the exhibit show? That do be what Bottle-chan does sometimes. Chinese girl? What do you mean Chinese girl? When did I mention anything about that? What was I saying? I don't remember what I was talking about anymore. Oh yeah, if you want... Yeah, most of us are not at the end of our lives yet. So, it would just be the best period of your life so far. Now is the best period of my life? That's good. That's a good place to be. That's a very good place to be. A lot of people definitely can't say that. A lot of people will probably look back on their childhood and say, I miss when my life was, nicer and I had less responsibilities. A lot of people look at their youth in an idealized way where they're like, that's when I was truly living. That's whenever life was good. And now it sucks. A lot of people view their childhood that way. A lot of people in Japan especially view their childhood that way. Which is why every anime takes place in high school. It's because miserable salarymen. For a lot of people, youth is the time of our lives when, a lot of people peak in high school. And we look back on that as like the time where like, oh, that was the best period of my life. That's when things were good. And now everything else is just an epilogue. Everything else, wait, is epilogue the right word? Yes, epilogue. Everything else is just an epilogue. It's like secondary, and you spend the rest of your life trying to bring your life back to that lovely equilibrium you had when you were younger, and then it doesn't quite work because it can never truly be the same again. And you're often going to remember it better than it even was. So the goal that you've set isn't even possible. So that's sort of the issues with peaking in high school or peaking when you're younger, and that's the peak of your life. So that's why a lot of people say, peaking in high school is really bad. Peaking as if the peak of your life is sometime in adulthood, that's a lot better because that, you don't want the best years of your life to have happened in the beginning part and then the rest of your life is disappointment. Not really. I was at the end of my life for a while, then I got divorced. Yay, happy face. But yeah, glad you're doing a bit better. But yeah, hello Grimace. I didn't welcome you in. Did I say hello to Moxie too? I think I did. How is peaking in life defined anyway? What I mean when I say it is like it's the time of your life that was the best, when you were the happiest. Although maybe if I define it that way, your happiest moment would be that one time when you were a baby that you received like a really tasty treat. Like in terms of pure like level of joy. So maybe I need to use a better definition than that, but generally speaking, it's the time of your life when you were the happiest. The time of your life you can remember that you were the happiest, at least. So then the baby doesn't count. Also, hello, Monarch of Bugs. I don't know if you've been in here before. If you have, then do correct me. But I think this is your first time here. Welcome, welcome. I like your profile picture. I think that's a breakcore profile picture, isn't it? It's nice to be surrounded by the people I surround myself today. For once, they actually want to know me and not use me as a tool or leverage. Yeah, I think those of us here who really feel like now is the best time of their lives, like that's a really good place to be, because, most of you guys are adults. I think everyone in chat right now is an adult. So it's better to have that peak when you're an adult, and then you can sustain that better, right? Because if your best years are in high school, the issue is you have to leave high school, and then you lose that cohesion, you lose that structure, you lose some of those friends, most of them, and you lose that everyday routine. If your peak is in adulthood, you can sustain that much more easily, right? It's not on a time limit necessarily. You know, the way that school ends, you know, or like your youth ends and you lose the comfiness of living with your parents and whatnot. As an adult, it's like if your peak is as an adult, clearly you've got something sustainable that you can continue into later life, you know, that you can keep on going. And you can just continue doing that. Now, you might not succeed in doing that. Things might eventually get worse, but the idea is that theoretically it's a lot easier to maintain that peak. Anyway, I don't know why I'm rambling about that, but yeah, welcome, Monarch of Bugs. I hope you enjoy your stay. You probably will, because I'm a very entertaining YouTuber, and I'm going to impress you. Just you wait. I had way many awesome points in my life. I didn't really get into much detail in any of them. Went through the worst trauma in my teens, so everything was mostly up from there. Yeah. Well, the other thing with like life being worse whenever you're younger, it's like, you know, you only go up from there, and your life can get progressively better, and you appreciate good things more if you've had a bad childhood. And your worst, if your childhood wasn't ideal and amazing, then you have more to feel grateful for later in life. You know, you appreciate stuff more when good things happen. You actually appreciate it. Whereas if your peak was in high school and you have a good life after high school, you're probably not even going to recognize that your life is good. You're just going to think, you know, you're not really going to appreciate it as much. But, you know, we need a life's about balance, I suppose, at the end of the day. The now in my life is sure better than high school, mainly felt like a stepping stone to me. Yeah. I think my life is definitely on its way to getting better at the moment. Alright, we need to get in some new music. I'm going to look for some new music. Let's see. Can I get a... Maybe I can get a playlist of the driving music from Neverness to Everness. Let's see, let's see. There's only 10 minutes worth of driving music. Okay, well let's just get the chill music playlist. Okay, wait. Here we go. Alright, so that should be about right. I think peaking in high school isn't as sustainable simply because you have your directions given, but there's an end to it. If you peak as an adult, it's mostly based on autonomous decisions. Right, exactly, that's what I was saying. That's exactly right. I think it helps with getting closer to yourself, knowing what you truly want in life, etc. Yeah, exactly. By the way, Monarch of Bugs, how did you discover me? How'd you find me? Did I just pop up in your recommended today? Or if you had, did you discover my channel? You know about my channel for a while now? Or did you find me from the ASMR videos? I'm always curious to know where people came from, and then I can replicate my strategies. Because I have a plan. You see, I'm going to become the #1 YouTuber in the world someday. And I need to know what I'm doing. I need to know what works. Exactly, some friendships bloom like a flower, hibernate and reboot over and over again, or it's like fireworks, but you still look back on the good times. Don't worry about peaks, it's a roller coaster, things get better and worse and better. I'm still friends with a few people from high school and even from middle school. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's never impossible to live a good life. Generally, there's always a way to go up. Let me think about my answer to the question. Was I... What's the best period of my life? I'm trying to think about it. I don't know. Because I feel like at every point in my life there's been something that made it... There's things that made it good, but things that made it bad. I've been listening to your ASMR back in 2020. Recently saw about your Time Traveler series again, and saw you have a VTuber channel. Awesome! Nice. Yeah, I used to upload way more. I'm currently working on an ASMR video. It's not a script I wrote, but I want to get back into the swing of things however I can. So hopefully you guys do like that. And I recorded it with my better mic settings, so it'll sound better than all of the other videos. Because I finally just got all the right settings. But thank you for your long-time support, Monarch. Indeed, I've been at this for a while. The Time Traveler series was a very good series. It was very good. I liked it a lot. It's been a while since I've rewatched it, but I totally should. It was, yeah, I don't know. There's some good writing in there, but also there's also some flawed writing. There's some lines that are a little bit too cheesy or a little bit like weird, awkward, strange sounding. But maybe that's part of the charm for some of you guys. I feel like nowadays I haven't written anything nearly as grand as the Time Traveler series since then. Like, that's easily the most grand series I've written ever. Or the most grand, like, storyline I've ever written. But the stuff I write now, even though it's less grand in nature, the dialogue is more... It sounds better. It sounds more like what you'd hear from an actual anime than... like fanfiction, you know? Whereas my older stuff sounds more like fanfiction. But even though it has that fanfiction-y kind of writing, that in terms of the dialogue, it's got a cool plotline. It was so good, holy shit. I think I listened to it daily back then. Really? You listen to the Time Traveler one daily? It's very flattering. I was very proud of it. I remember being very proud of it. People were saying someone's gotta make it into a movie and stuff, and oh, I would just obsessively read the comments and like, oh, I'd be like, wow. I'd be boosting my own ego, getting the dopamine shooting through my head, being like, yo, I'm so cool. I'm the bee's knees. And it's true, I am the bee's knees. And that ego still goes to my head to this day. And it's made me a pretty terrible person. I'm very full of myself, and I'm very arrogant. I'm not one of these, like, nice people YouTubers who's, like, all humble and stuff, like Markiplier. Markiplier is very humble. He's very lovely. He's, like, a great role model. I'm not like him at all. I'm not humble in the slightest. I'm very arrogant, and I think that I'm, like, the shit. I think I'm amazing. So, if you're looking for someone who's gonna be, like a decent human, that's not me. Sorry. Yes, Toybox is right. We have a Discord. If you're over 18, you should totally join. You'll be able to catch my streams way more easily because you don't always get notified on YouTube. And you also get to talk with all these really cool people. And guess what? They did a study recently, and they found that Exhibit A fans are actually the most attractive people in the world. They did a study, and that was the result. So, you're actually going to be around the most attractive people in the world. The most cool, attractive people. So if you join the Discord, you're going to be in great company. That's all I can say. And you know what? That includes you. You're also a very attractive, very cool person because you're a fan of me. That's how it works. That's how it works. There's no such thing as an ugly person who watches Exhibit A. If you watch Exhibit A, you are very beautiful. That is how it works. Yay, I don't get along with decent people. Yeah, for real, there's a bit of, sometimes you don't want someone who's too good, you know? We all like, act like we want to be around good people. Because, you know, being good is good and all that. But, like, sometimes if you're around someone who's too good, you feel a little bit conscious of yourself, you know? You're like, you kind of feel like you're not so great. Sometimes it's nicer to be around someone who's like got flaws, you know? Sometimes it's nicer to be around someone who's like at least committed like a little bit of arson, because then you feel like a better person. You're like, okay, well, I haven't committed arson, so like and then you can surround yourself with people who have committed arson, and then you feel a little bit less bad about the fact that you've committed tax fraud. So it all kind of balances out, if you know what I mean. You know. Anyway, I was going to make a serious point there before I freaking diverged off into just making a huge joke. Funnily enough, I don't think I would want to be friends with people who are like absolute perfect human beings. Like if I imagine someone who's like, oh, they like participate in every boycott, they do like political activism at every moment, they never buy a product sourced from like bad places, and they'll judge you if you do that because they're just super in tune to like all of the harms of the world, and they like donate lots to charity, and they think that you're kind of a bad person if you don't donate to charity because you're prioritizing your own comfort over like the needs of others. And it's like, all right, like objectively that person's doing so much good for the world, so much good, and it's hard to say that they're bad for that. Maybe the world would be better if everyone was a little bit like that, but do I want to be around that? Not really. I'd rather be around someone who tolerates my bad stuff, alright? I'd rather be around someone who's okay with me being an unideal person. I'd rather be around someone who's not going to criticize me for buying Maltesers because it was, cocoa beans were harvested with, like, slave labor or something, you know? And that's a little bit selfish of me, but that's exactly how I feel. There's a special place in hell for activists? What does that mean? All activists? Activists are the reason why, like, anyone has rights of any kind, like that. If they're all going to hell, I don't know. I agree, I think it's painfully annoying if somebody is constantly holding themselves to an incredibly high standard of doing everything right while projecting those onto you too. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I don't know. All activists are the worst people on the planet? Damn. Yeah, maybe you're right. How dare people, like, try to advocate for, like, human rights? I think that shouldn't have happened ever. I actually think humans don't deserve rights. We should protest all activists? Well, hang on there. That would make you an activist. We have to protest the people protesting the activists now? I like people who are a little mean, just a little. It's sympathetic. I kind of get that. I kind of understand. Oh yeah, someone quote-unquote perfect in that way wouldn't be perfect exhibit. Good people aren't going to be mean like that. Sounds imperfect to me, but yeah, I hate that too. I'm not sure. Like, I feel like I've changed my mind on these things quite a lot, Like, I don't know. It comes down to that Peter Singer question of, like, are you a bad... this Peter Singer basically argues in, like, rather radical terms that anyone who isn't giving all of their money to charity that they don't need for survival is, like, in a way doing something morally wrong, technically, because you're letting people die when you could be saving them. So, like, it would be wrong to not save a drowning child, even if it would, like, ruin your suit. So why would you buy an Xbox instead of paying money that might save someone from, like, malaria or something, right? And it's like, it's hard to prove that wrong, per se. Because technically, yeah, you're letting people die anytime you choose to spend that money on something else, and it's an uncomfortable thing to think about. But I feel like, in my case, because I'm not someone who subscribes to objective morals to begin with, I feel like if a moral system is so demanding that it basically requires me to never be happy, I feel like that itself is a pretty good reason for me to not use that moral system. So that's why I don't subscribe to that way of thinking. But I also understand why someone would subscribe to that way of thinking. If your idea of what is good is just to create, like, the most happiness for the most people possible. Because, like, yeah, the world would be a better place if everyone just gave all of their money away. But that's probably not going to happen. But it's an interesting topic, even if I don't, like, subscribe to that way of thinking myself. Me having rights? What rights? Does this mean I have the right to actually get out of my cage? Nope. Stay. Stay in there. No rights for you. No rights. Nope. Throw him in the witch cauldron. Human rights? Ew, let me just be a slave already. Yeah, I actually think human rights are a bad thing. I feel like a lot of people, like, yeah, I mean, I've talked about this before in great detail, but, like, you know, a lot of people are trying to, like, help women's rights by giving women more rights. I think that's the wrong approach. I think you should just take away the rights from men and then leave the situation of women exactly the same. So, don't let women have the right to vote. Just take away men's right to vote as well, and, like, actually just make life miserable for everyone as much as possible. I think that's actually what would be good. I think we should strive for that. Rights don't actually exist. If someone is a bigger stick can take it away, it's not a right, it's a suggestion. Sort of depends on what you mean by right, because people talk about legal rights as in rights that the law gives us, and then people also talk about rights as in, like, morally, what are the things you ought to have. And I don't believe in objective morals, so I guess I technically don't believe in objective rights, but I feel like, subjectively, there are things that I personally feel people should have the right to have. So, it's not the same as people, yeah, like, I will view those things as being rights that people have, but... Is your accent American? Kind of. So, my dad is American, I get a lot of it from him. I don't live in a country with, I don't live in America. You're very quiet, Exhibit. I have you cranked. You cranking it? You out here cranking? You cranked? It is quieter, but that's part of what I needed to do to make it higher quality. How are the rest of you doing with me right now? Do you, am I really quiet for the rest of you as well? Like, is it a situation where even when you have my volume all the way up, it's still not enough? Because if so, then maybe I should try to change that in some way, but otherwise you can just turn your volume up. I need to... It's a bit quiet for me. Gosh, yeah, I might need to do something about that then. I might need to do some testing. I don't know if right now is the best time. I can hear fine. It might be because some of you are on PC, and on PC you can turn your volume higher. On mobile, there's more of a cap on it. I like the volume the way it is for everything. Much louder. I don't want to mess with it too much, because that could fuck with a lot of things. I might need to... Let me see. Well, I don't want you guys to suffer who are not hearing me enough. Okay. I'm on PC, damn. Okay. I'm mobile. Why has everyone got such vastly different opinions? I mean, you can't all be right. Some of you must be lying. Who's lying? Who's lying? Who out here trying to sabotage me? Opinions don't exist. You're either correct or incorrect. It was a PC thing then? How ironic. It's the other way around of what I said then. I'm lying, sorry. Why would you lie? What's wrong with you? Okay, the people who can hear me fine are the ones on mobile. It's literally the other way around. Louder is better? I know louder is better. It's just the issue is the mics might start to peak. That's my worry. Because it sounds all nice now. It's higher quality. But, okay, I'll change it. I'm trying to find the settings for it again. Fuck. What do I press for it? Oh, here. Okay. Mic, let's turn it up. Okay. How's that? Is that better? How is that much better? I don't know. It's only a little bit different. Tell me, should I put it up more? Or is that about right? Is that about right? Let me know. I don't know if I changed it by very much. Better for me? Does it sound about right, or should I turn it up more? What do you guys think? Stuck in a hot cage with no air conditioning. It's nice? Okay. You're not lying this time, are you? Okay, seems like most of you guys seem to think it sounds about right. So we can roll with that for now. Unless someone does think it's still too quiet and I can turn it up more. Harder? I mean higher? Okay. And how about this? How's this sound? Does this sound alright? Is this about right? Might need to turn up the music to well, no, the music's probably about right, isn't it? Quiet is comfy. Comfy is good. But yeah, this should be about right, because I've turned it up even more. So this should be, that's perfect, awesome. Sound like you're behind me now? Omae wa mou shinderu. Wait, why would it sound like I'm behind you now? What happened? What changed? I'm using the front of my mic. Music's good? Cool, cool. Guys, I just realized I haven't read out a single answer yet. Better do that. Comfy, cozy, extra sweaty. All three key points to watching an exhibit stream perfectly. Also, Monarch, if you'd like to... If you join my server, you'll be able to access the link to the Google form where you can answer this week's question, if you have one. Don't know if you would have one, because you have only just come across this, question. My headphones are a little fucked. I stepped on them lifting. Damn. Lifting is good, though. Good to be healthy and exercise. I used to exercise. Well, I still do by walking, but I used to go to the gym, and now I don't, because... lazy. Anyway. Oh, I do see that someone joined. I think that might be... Wait, I'm confused. What's going on? Alright. Alright. Let's, need to be buff for Halloween. Yo. Wait, Halloween? Isn't it? Wait. What month is it? How many months away is Halloween? I mean, how many months away is... Hang on. June, July, August, September, October. No, hang on. Halloween's still a good way away. It's a little closer than I thought, though. It feels like Halloween just happened, to be honest. That's why I was a little... That's why I had to check the month there. I was like, feels like Halloween just happened. Has it really been that... Has it really been that quick? Did you fight crime on Halloween or just really rough trick-or-treaters in your area? Yeah, like, gotta be... gotta get buff for Halloween, otherwise you won't survive. Have you seen what those kids do to you if you don't give them what they want? Alright. I've noticed the music to voice balance changes from headphones to speakers. The music gets quieter when I use speakers. It makes it hard to mix audio for videos. That's a shame. But yeah, I've recently gotten better audio. Because a friend helped me use the right settings for it. And it sounds so much nicer. Big difference. I just want to have biceps so I can be Toph from Avatar. Oh, you want to be the new Toph? Yeah, I don't know much about the new Avatar, but everyone's going on about how they look so cool as adults and whatnot. I don't know if I'm going trick-or-treating again this year. Last year I took my younger siblings and my sister's boyfriend's 7 siblings to go. Yeah, I feel like Halloween's probably a good excuse to like just dress up in cosplay. I've never cosplayed before. I really want to. I want to try cosplay. I'd love to. What settings do you use? Luna's mic always sounds better than mine. So I had a lot of help, but the main thing is he helped me get the right positioning for my microphone, which was one thing. Because I've been using the wrong positioning for the past few years, apparently, and it just sounds better when I fix that. And then another thing is there's some stuff with, like, low-pass filters or something, and, like... There's filters that I've applied to OBS that make it sound better, and that also make it sound, you know, like, it makes it sound the same regardless of how... It equalizes the sounds, right? So if I'm being loud and I'm being quiet, they sound closer to each other. The loud sounds sound quieter and the quieter sounds sound louder. So that everything's, you know, so it's less likely I'll say something you guys won't like hear. There's more consistency. So there's a lot of things. I was supposed to do a Jotaro cosplay back in 2020, but then 2020 happened. 2020 was rough on everybody. We all just suddenly couldn't go outside. And it was especially rough on you. I'm remembering the story you told us about how, it was a disaster for your family. "2020 incident for real?" Yeah. The 2020 incident. I remember it like it was yesterday. I remember it like it was 6 years ago. Okay, let's read out one of these finally. Let's go, let's go. Alright. What was the best period of your life? When I was younger, like 10, and when I didn't think about becoming John Wick more than once, written by Riku. So are you thinking of becoming John Wick because you wanted to be a cool action hero, or is it because someone killed your dog, or did something similarly horrible? I'm assuming it might be a bit of both there. Some stuff happens to us, and we become bitter. We wanna become John Wick to take our revenge on the world. Oh man, this is kind of unrelated, but this reminded me somehow. Just talking about like bad people in the world. I've recently started using Twitter again, and I've quit using Reddit. I was on Reddit for a while, just kind of using it as a thing to scroll when I'm bored, and also just a way to like learn about things and ask about things as well. But lately I've been getting really sick of it because it's such an echo chamber. It's such an you know. Thing is, right? There's worse places than Reddit on the internet, absolutely. But there's something very specially bad about Reddit in a particular way, and I'll explain that, right? So, a place like 4chan. 4chan is objectively more evil than Reddit in terms of the people you find there, right? The people on 4chan are more evil than the people on Reddit, and they have worse views than the people on Reddit. However, the people on 4chan, at least they know that they're scumbags, right? At least they know that they're degenerates who contribute nothing to society, right? At least they know that they're fat chuds, you know? But on Reddit, everyone thinks that they're like the bee's knees. They think that they're like better than you. They think that they're like, they think they're out here changing the world. Like, moderators are out here giving people fucking quote-unquote jury duty and saying, oh, you need to rate 5 posts before you can continue posting. You've been selected for jury duty. Before you can post again, you must... You know, it's like, who the fuck? You're not the government. What is this? It's like... And you get people... You know, and it's like, the people on Reddit are degenerates, but they don't know that they are. Right? They're not as bad as the people on 4chan. They're less evil than 4chan. But they think that they're like some intellectual higher species. And that's the issue, right? That's the issue. Because, you know? That's the thing with Reddit. It is less evil than 4chan. Absolutely. But at least on 4chan, they know they're bad. And on Reddit, they're like... They're less bad, but they think that they're more... They think that they're, like, upstanding people. They think that they are, like, functioning members of society. But they're not. They're not functioning members of society. They're absolutely not. Anyway. Not anymore, Exhibit. Reddit mods are so much worse than 4chan now. Really? Would you say so? I mean, listen, I mean, there are some pretty bad Reddit mods. I suppose that's the thing, right? It's like, because Reddit's big thing is moderation, it does bring out a new breed of person. Like on 4chan, aside from the people who moderate the whole site, most of the people on there are like equal. You know, those are the main people posting. And on Twitter, of course, it's not like that. You know, it's not... On Reddit, there's a whole moderator culture, and it's kind of crazy, because they're all very... The thing is, right, it's like the only... It comes down to the nature of the job, right? It's an unpaid position, where you just moderate the forum. The only kind of person who would want to be... Or the only kind of person who would want to be a Reddit moderator without being paid for it is exactly the kind of person who shouldn't have that role. Because the only possible reason why you would want that role is to have the power and privileges that come with it. You know, because it's not a paid position. You don't get anything out of it except the power. The power is all you get out of it. And so that's why they all turn out terribly. It's because the only people who would ever want to be Reddit moderators for free are the kinds of people who would use their power terribly. Because who would want that position if they didn't want the power? Because you're not getting money for it. You're not getting anything from it. So, legitimately, like, if I ever have, like, if I get rich, and I ever have my own, like, subreddit based for Exhibit A or something, I legitimately might pay moderators. Simply because unpaid moderators... It's like, why are they doing it? Why do they want Reddit? Why do they want to control Reddit? I don't know. It sort of, it ensures that the only by paying them, it ensures that the people who want that position want it for the money and not for the power. And I feel like that's better. Reddit mods get paid by dogging on people's looks. Oh my god. Yeah, like fucking, like, r/rate me. Like, where you just rate people's appearances, and then if you rate someone's appearance too highly, they fucking ban you, and they're like, no, you're clearly being dishonest. This femoid is clearly a 5 out of 10 at the most, and you rated her an 8 out of 10. You're being such a nice guy. You're not, she's not gonna get in your pants, bro. She's easily a 5 out of 10. You can't, you're inflating, bro. And it's like, these people cannot be real. They can't be real. Can't be real. Maybe someone passionate about the topic they're defending. I'm on for people I adore amidst communities I adore. Yeah, I mean, there's exceptions. Oh, rate me? I misheard that. Yeah. Okay, well, listen. Listen. The subreddit you misheard probably exists too. Probably. At least subreddits very similar to that exist. And we'll just leave it at that. We'll just leave it at that. We won't delve into detail here. You guys can do your own research. Alright. Yeah, but I mean, if you're... Yeah, I think a good reason to want to moderate is if you're passionate about the community, certainly. I just think a lot of these communities on Reddit are not really communities that people are that passionate about, or that really warrant that kind of passion, necessarily. So... But obviously, yeah, you are an example of a good moderator, you know? You are a cool and epic moderator, and you would never do anything bad ever. And Baki especially would never, ever abuse his power, and he's never done that before, ever. I've never seen him do that. He would never. That's bad. Admin abuse is bad, and he doesn't do that. Nope. I personally just like Reddit for drawing inspiration, never touch Twitter or Tumblr, because I mostly see people argue on there more than sharing things that they like and what makes them happy. Oh yeah, so that does remind me why I brought up Reddit and all that again. So... Did someone drop a kidney? Oh, who dropped a kidney? Ebok found a kidney here. Maybe you should keep it. I don't know if the person who owns it is here right now. I hear those go for a lot. And we welcome Ebok. Welcome back. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, so... Ebok, you weren't here. I was going on a spiel about how Reddit is less evil than 4chan, but everyone on Reddit thinks that they're, like, not degenerates and that they're not scumbags, but everyone on 4chan knows that they are, at least. People on 4chan know that they're bad, but everyone on Reddit thinks that they're, like, a higher level of intellectual being. But anyway, I've stopped using Reddit. I quit using it because I kept seeing really dog shit opinions everywhere, and everyone just has the same opinions. It's like... there's good opinions on Reddit, and there's bad opinions on Reddit, but they all have the same opinions, right? It's not varied. So you have to take the good with the bad. Right? Everyone on Reddit follows a very particular ideology, I suppose. And some of that ideology is good. At least by my standard, because I have certain beliefs, you know. And then some of it is bad. But they all have the same opinion. That's the thing, right? They all have the same worldview. And you have to take the good with the bad, right? Whereas on a place like Twitter, you get a lot more dog shit opinion. You get like worse things. Like you get people who are like absurdly racist and legitimately think women shouldn't vote. But then the opinions are very varied, right? They don't all think the same. Everyone on Reddit, for the most part, like 80% of the people on there all have the same beliefs. whether they be good beliefs or bad beliefs. You have to take both. On Twitter, there's like worse people that exist there, but there's also better people that exist there. There's more variety. So I've stopped using Reddit, and I ended up picking up Twitter again, I think just today, or just yesterday, I suppose. And I'm surprised, because I remember the last time I used Twitter in the past, it was terrible. I kept seeing, like, the worst, most inhuman shit. Like, the worst takes possible from, like, absurdly racist people who, like, want to freaking kill people. I don't know. Maybe I'm exaggerating slightly, but probably not. I feel like that is probably something I saw there. But now I'm on Twitter, and I think my recommended just seems way better. Like, I'm not seeing any of the horrible posts. I'm only seeing stuff from, like, people who have, like, good takes on things. And by good takes, I mean takes that I agree with. But it's good. I don't feel like I'm losing my faith in humanity when I look at my current Twitter feed. So we're just gonna see how long that lasts. Women shouldn't vote. That's a point. Perhaps. Reddit can be a cesspool of degeneracy sometimes, but there are some wholesome subs. 4chan is just a free-for-all. Yeah. I mean, 4chan is worse in terms of the people you find there. I would just say the difference, I feel like it's only one particular thing that makes Reddit bad. Which is that... there's only one aspect in which 4chaners are better than Redditors, which is that they know their place. No one on 4chan thinks they're a good person. No one on 4chan thinks that they're like an upstanding, functioning member of society. People on Reddit think they are, though. But the people on 4chan are absolutely more evil. They're more evil. 4chan is a hive of scum and villainy, this is true. They are unapologetically evil. They know it. Right. Okay, let's read out another one of these. There are definitely good places on Reddit. I think Reddit is very good for porn. So, if any of you are going to use Reddit, I feel like my advice to you is only use it for porn, nothing else. It's a very good source for that. There's lots of great places. You know? But for anything else, nah. I always thought 4chan was like a hookup site for leprechauns? What? Because of the 4-leaf clover? Hookup site for leprechauns. Twitter culture is still kind of deranged, but it's much better nowadays, so much more wholesome peeps. Yeah. I think my feed has improved on places like Twitter because I actually... This is a very recent thing. I've only recently started to press like on things. I've spent most of my life never pressing the like button on stuff, because I feel like I don't really care too much about, like, boosting a certain post or whatever. I don't care too much about, like, boosting a certain video or whatever, unless it's, like, something I really, really liked, in which case I might do it. That's more the exception than the rule. But recently, I've kind of realized that, like, it's... You know, I should curate my algorithm a bit. You know, I should curate what kind of content comes across, that I come across. And so I think I am receiving better results now because I actually press like on things. And so I eventually, you know? And I think that's why my Twitter feed was better. Although it's a little weird because I feel like my Twitter feed was better even right as I started, which makes me wonder if I don't know. There's like, they're stealing my data from other sites. But I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, it's better. It's better because I like things now. And so it actually knows what to give me, and it doesn't feed me opinions from people who are, like, deranged. At least not from deranged people I disagree with. It'll recommend me opinions from deranged people I agree with. Because I have deranged opinions, but those are okay, because I agree with those. Having an opinion that is deranged does not necessarily make it incorrect. You know? Sometimes things that are radical and absurd and that go against the status quo are actually correct. But they're only correct if I agree with them. That's the important part. For me, if I see pretty art I like, me too. Which is why my Twitter feed is full of porn. Anyway. I didn't like liking on YouTube or anything that would mean I left a trace on the internet. Mostly because my parents would go through my YouTube stuff and ask me why I'm watching a girl dressed up like Miku. Yeah, it sucks not having any, like, privacy. Although as a younger kid it does make sense for them to check that, but, like, I don't know. It's still frustrating. It's frustrating even if they have their reasons for it. Radical, yeah. Almost always hit like on things. I just enjoy what I'm fed. That's a good boy, Unknown. Take what you're fed. Redditors think they are the Joker, but can't order food verbally. 4chan people think they are the Joker, but just post the worst of the internet. Yeah. What's the bunker lore? Everyone died. World War III. I don't know. Something like that. This background might make a lot more sense if the situation in the world escalates. But I'm mainly just using it because I wanted a nice background. Not the good boy. But yeah. Well. You just preparing? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I am preparing. Let's read out this, finally. What was the best period of your life? Given my honest answer, it would be when I was very young. Maybe through 7 to 11 years old. 7-Eleven! 7-Eleven. It was a lot simpler, and it didn't really feel as complicated as it does now. As expected with how it would feel shifting to being a kid to being an adult now. Oh, wait. As expected with how it would feel shifting to being a kid to being an adult now. It's not always complicated, but I do miss my young days where it was a lot calmer and fun with my little kid outlook back then. It would be nice to experience those moments again if I could. Written by Shay. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people feel that way, right? A lot of people really romanticize their younger years because they had less responsibilities and you could actually play and use your imagination. You didn't have adult responsibilities. You didn't have as many things to stress about. And, you know, fair enough. That's kind of... thing is, I would consider my younger years to be the best years of my life because I had less issues then in terms of my anhedonia issues, which give me problems with experiencing joy and stuff. I had less issues with that, and I had, you know, I guess that was the main thing. I had, you know, just a better sense of imagination. Things felt nicer. Good things felt good compared to now. You know, things were just more enjoyable. However, there were a lot of things back then that made me miserable too. Like, school was extremely stressful. Like, I remember I was, the way I would put it is I was afraid of tomorrow. I was always afraid of the next day. I'd be going to bed anxious because I would hate that I had to go back, you know? Like, I was genuinely scared. And no one liked me. I had no friends. Everyone hated me. At least, like, when I was, like, around 6 or so. In, like, school in Thailand. And, you know, the teachers would literally hit you with a ruler if you misbehaved. They were allowed to do that. And, you know, I did get hit. You know, they would smack, and it fucking hurt. They didn't go easy on you. They'd, like, tell you to hold your hand out and hit your hand with the ruler. It was very painful. There were certain teachers that I was very afraid of. Anyway. That was, you know, so my childhood had a lot of moments where, aspects of it that were better, right? Like, I enjoyed things more, enjoyed games more, enjoyed, you know, imagination more, you know, had a better sense, you know, and all those things were lovely. But man, like, everyday life, going and having, you know, to school and all that was miserable. Then eventually I moved away from Thailand, and, you know, things were less bad whenever I came to where I am now. But, you know, growing up was still tough, because I had autism. I did not know how to function, I did not know how to socialize properly, and people would bully me and hate me because I was not normal. And then at some points, it was less to do because I wasn't normal and because I actually was a bit annoying and, like, bothersome and did bad things, but not because I didn't, like, understand how bad they were. Like, I just did them not really knowing any better, because I hadn't been taught properly, because I was just copying what other people around me were doing. But for some reason, when I did it, it was wrong, even though I thought I was just doing what everyone else is doing. Because, you know, there's so many nuances to social etiquette, right? So someone else could make a certain joke, and I'd be like, oh, okay, this is the kind of joke I can make. And then I would make that joke, and everyone would look at me and be like, what the fuck? You can't joke about that, right? Because there's nuances to these things, but you don't always understand those nuances, right? I remember I used to think that, like, I was on the internet and stuff, and I just thought, like, on the internet, like, offensive humor was just accepted by everybody, right? I just thought that was the standard. So, like, I would, but then I was surprised once whenever I was in a Discord server and I saw someone make the kind of joke that I would make, and then they got banned for it, and I was like, wait, what? And it's like, because I didn't understand, right? I was just learning by copying other people. But the rules were always different in ways that I didn't understand whenever I did it, you know? So it was hard to really ever just get a grasp on it, you know? It was so childhood, there were good things about childhood, and there were bad things about childhood for me. So I can't say it was the best period of my life, because there were big downsides, there were big things that made me unhappy that I don't necessarily have now. But there were things that, in some ways, made it better than the way things are now. And it sounds tough, you were just a bebe who didn't understand. I'm just a little baby. I'm just a little baby. Don't hold me accountable. Oh my god, poor little Exhibit. Kids were super mean to me after, like, first grade. Shit, yeah, it happens. Hello, Ed Tato. I didn't have responsibilities that young, but I also hadn't lived yet. Life only really picked up in high school a decent bit. Baku, are you everywhere? I mean, he's obviously going to be in my stream. My parents never monitored my internet activity, and I turned out fine. Yeah, you turned out totally fine. Nothing wrong with you, Baki. Definitely not, no. You're secretly setting the stream back in time to warn us of the great chicken bombing of World War III. Chicken bombing? I was 16, they were questioning my YouTube stuff, like how dare I watch a certain YouTuber's ASMR content, family-friendly sketch comedy, video game tutorial, nothing bad. But it could have been worse. Yeah, that's a bit too far. Like, okay, you were 16, which is, you know, you're almost an adult at that point, and you weren't even watching bad stuff. You were just getting grilled on, like, the slightest things. That's definitely too much. That's way too much. I don't think they should be monitoring all of your activity at 16. I know not everyone would agree with that, but I think at 16, you should have had the talks by that point where your parents have warned you about what to be careful of on the internet, and you should be able to have some degree of privacy. The thing is with privacy is a lot of people say that it's just not something that children should have. There's like, no, children should, you know, they shouldn't have privacy. They have what I want them to have. They belong to me. And it's like, I think the fundamental misunderstanding with ideas like privacy and stuff is people think of people think of children as having less rights in the sense of like they just aren't supposed to have those things. When in reality, children have the exact same needs you do. It's just that we have to limit their rights for their own safety. So, when you invade a child's privacy, it feels just as bad for them as if an adult has their privacy invaded. You know? Now, you need to compromise on it more, right? Maybe they need to put up with that discomfort. Because without some degree of that, they might make terrible decisions and get hurt and bad things happen, right? But the thing to keep in mind is that it's still distressing for them. And it's just as distressing for them as it would be for you if someone did the same to you. It's not like children have less of a need for things like privacy and individuality and like autonomy and like ability to make their own decisions and do things. They don't have less of a need for those things. It's just that it's less limiting their rights is less of a good thing and more of a necessary evil. Right? So you should give them as much freedom as you can without it compromising their safety and stuff. Right? You should give them as much freedom as you can without them being harmed. That's the way you should think of it. Because fundamentally they're the same as you in terms of their needs, in terms of their wants. Sure, you may need to afford them less autonomy for their own safety, but that doesn't make it less distressing. That doesn't make it, you know... Hope that makes sense. Went through all the trouble of setting up this nice basement and bringing them here. The least they could do is not be sneaky, ungrateful. Yeah. Hello again, Luna. I don't know if you've been gone or just not typed in a while. Children are people too, and all people want privacy. Yep. Baki slips $50 to exhibit. Children deserve more privacy. No. No. Oh no. Great. Don't, Oh, the music's gone. Wait. No. Got more music. Children are people too, but a lot of parents treat them like pets and try controlling their lives instead of guiding them. Yep, that is true. I don't know if you've watched it, but I have a video literally on this channel, which is it's a stream clip of me talking about why you shouldn't enjoy punishing your children, and I basically talk about a lot of this stuff in there. It's a very comprehensive video with a lot of comprehensive opinions. Should definitely see it when you have the time if you are interested, but... Menhera Mondays, Twin Tuesdays, Y Wednesdays, Therapy Thursdays, Fork Fridays. There you go, a weekly schedule full of exhibit streams. That would be cool. That reminds me, I think I'm going to open up a channel for Menhera Monday suggestions. So that you guys can actually just post your ideas in there. So that I'm not having to think of one and, like, struggle to think of one for, like, ages until I finally get one. I also might start to repeat questions from before. Not just because of, like, running out of ideas, but also because I feel like there's certain things I've asked in the past that people would either have a new answer for now, or would maybe benefit from thinking of again, or there's just new people now, right? There's a lot of people who weren't around back then So I feel like I might want to repeat certain questions I've done in the past because there's so many new people. So we're going to need a lot of new answers, and people's answers might have changed as well. So that'll be helpful. I especially want to do repeats on questions like, oh, what's a controversial opinion, or some of the more like philosophical kind of questions, because those are really interesting ones to talk about. And if anything, I think if I was a bigger YouTuber, I could even do like a weekly stream where I ask, what is your controversial opinion, and just have a show dedicated to controversial opinions. And make a lot of content just out of that on its own. But I don't have enough people right now to do that. But I think that could be fun. It'd be fun to repeat that particular question. And some of the other ones. There's some others I want to do. It's fun to talk about deep topics. Because I feel like I've asked all the deep topics already. And now I'm stuck with more simple questions. So I ask a lot of simple stuff now, whereas, again, stuff like, what is a controversial opinion? How do you think the world should work? Blah, blah, blah. It's like these can get you talking about some deep stuff, interesting stuff. Answers get changed sometimes. This is such a cool idea, Exhibity. I know, I always have cool ideas. I'm a very bright person. If I give them privacy, they're going to end up in someone else's basement. Yeah. Specifically Baki's, from the sounds of it. I have no controversial opinions. No, of course not. Of course not. When you can have the show, you just end up interviewing the most twisted person in the community for the 10th time in a row. Right, so Baki. I would just interview Baki every single time. I'm so in. Yeah, just at this point, just name it, like, interviews with Baki or something. Or Baki's hot take. And it's just a new one every week. Week 1. Why Vaporeons are the best partners for humans. Kidnapping is a victimless crime. I never said that. Nope. I'm the living personification of being controversy. I can fight for a lot of opinions that I think are important, like how I found Moxiecorn on Exhibit's computer from this cage. What? What? How did you find? No, there's no. I don't have that. What are you talking? What? I don't know. Why would I have that? I like the question about what restores your faith in humanity, and the one about how we rule the world. Yeah, those are more interesting kind of questions, And it's hard to come up with questions as interesting as that now, because I think I've used a lot of the really good ones. Why every person wants to have Exhibit locked in their basement. Damn, I gotta be careful. What? Wait, what are you talking about, Ebok? What? Okay. But yeah, I think that could be very cool and fun. What was the best period of your life? When I met you guys and Peachy community, especially Sarah, and it's still going, so thumbs up emoji, written by Cypher. Yeah, I think I glanced at the answers before, and I think I saw a couple of them saying that the best period of their life is meeting all of you guys. That's very wholesome. We're a good community. That's good. You know, community makes a big difference in your life. Sometimes it's what makes the difference between a life that feels meaningless and boring and a life that feels meaningful and filled with life. Having that community is quite important. Very much so. It might be harder to like maintain that kind of community, that ability to make nice friends and stuff in this community if I get more popular. But I've had to think about it, and I've wondered if, like, at some point, once there's more people, maybe I could take inspiration from, like, what some churches do, where they, like, split people up into little groups, where they do, like, little Bible study, like, smaller groups of, like, 6 or 7 people. And then they, like, gather on a certain day each week, and then they all just talk together and they become friends with each other. Like, maybe I could have something like that in my community eventually, you know? Once it's too big for people to make friends with each other normally. Just through the chat. And then that way, I could always make my community a place where people can, like, make friends easily. So, like, I set up these little groups where people are, like, put together and maybe told to talk about a certain topic, and I make them become, you know, and then there's these different groups and people become friends. You know? Like a church. Like what churches do. You know? Except instead of worshipping God, worshipping Exhibit A. You know? Exhibit's finally working on his cult. I mean, religion. Happy little totally normal people group. Yeah. Exhibit's gonna make a religion. Yeah. Listen, there is nothing suspicious at all about me wanting to run my YouTube community the way that people run their churches, okay? I'd be really down for a rerun of How We'd Rule the World. That might have been on my first ever stream here, but I wasn't in the server yet. Right, then you'd be able to give your answer. Mandatory Discord group chat draft by Sibit. Yo. And then comes the part where I tell everyone to off themselves so that they can enter the afterlife. That's a common thing in cults as well. Yeah, well, I'll maybe skip that part. No Kool-Aid for you guys. No Kool-Aid. Literally, if it weren't for Menhera Mondays, I wouldn't have met my clones or this little family we got going on. Everyone here is so sweet. I'm grateful for having this. This is the life. This is life. This is this life. I don't know. Alright, anyway. Yeah, good stuff. I'm glad that I've been able to bring so many people together. I am a little bit like Jesus in that sense. Yay! I can't wait to have an audience big enough that I can start weaponizing my audience against other creators that I don't like. And I can start, like, mass harassment campaigns. That is one of the big perks of being a big YouTuber, is how you can use your platform to, you know, your power. You can use your power to create favorable outcomes for yourself. As I've said before, it'll be so funny if I ever actually do something bad and get cancelled, because they'll look back on everything I said and be like, bro literally admitted to, like, doing every single kind of horrendous thing, and we didn't listen. That'd be so funny. It'd be so funny. Maybe I actually should become, maybe I actually should do, like, a really bad cancelable thing. Just because of how funny it would be for people to look back on. Me just admitting to everything. Why is everyone having a freaking seizure now? 12! Be evil Jesus for a day? I could. Evil Jesus be like, man can live by bread alone. Only bread. Evil Jesus be like, I turned your wine into water. No more drinking for you. Give out raptures like candy. Sorry, tell me an unknown express affection sometimes. Yeah, but like it's spreading. Your seizures are spreading. Spread to Ebok. It's contagious. Gotta be careful. I also want to set up... I want to do more streams with... I have a friend who wants to maybe do like a talking... Actually, he agreed to doing a debate club stream with me, so I can finally do a debate club stream with someone other than Moxie. But I want to have streams where I talk about like philosophical topics with like another person. I think I'll mostly do that in the form of the debate club streams, where we debate the thing, like a random, like a position, but our positions are randomized, so we're not necessarily arguing for what we believe. And we like spin a wheel to pick the topic. But then after we're done, we talk about our real opinions on that topic, and then we actually... So part of it is just having the actual discussion, and part of it is like a game where we're debating. And I think that'd work well for just... You know, I want to do that more. I want to use that format again with my IRL friend when I bring him on. You guys have seen him before. Okay, cool, fine then. Wait, no, hang on. I should have mentioned this to you, because I forgot to ever bring it up. But I hope you're okay with it, because I think I did mention that I would be using it with other people as well in the beginning. I don't know if, but I definitely want to do that again with you at some point, Moxie. But you're not... The only reason I haven't done that with you lately is because you're not super free. Otherwise, I'd love to stream with you like way more often than I currently do. So I'm just breaking up with Moxie live? No! I'd love to do more debate club streams with Moxie. He's just never around. But I actually wish I could stream with Moxie way more often. When is Exhibit starting a podcast, honestly? Podcast would... Yeah, I mean, the streams kind of do have the... Are kind of similar to the podcast. Or like what a podcast would be, I guess. More money if he does both. I don't get any money. I don't get any money for my streams. Not yet. It's okay, I'm used to being replaced. Thank Christ we didn't share a Discord server. No, stop! No! Moxie, legitimately, like, if you were more available, I would love to, like, stream with you every week. I wish I could collab with you way more often. Get monetized? I want to, I don't meet the freaking requirements. Damn, you're really referencing that part of your past. Yeah, a podcast would be a very good thing to have, maybe. Just to talk about random things with other people. You figure something out, handsome? I loved Saturday mornings with you. Yeah, we could totally do more stuff. I mean, we do find time to talk off stream, so we might just be able to redirect that into stream time at some point. Or at least part of it. Because talking without the cameras on is also nice, because there's certain activities that we do together that we can't show on stream. You know, it's not really safe for the cameras. Streaming Saturday mornings was fun too. Ah, okay. Yeah, fun. Very funny. Very funny. When are we doing that debate club stream we just talking about together? I don't know. I don't know. Actually, I do want to do the... I want to do the debate clubs format way more often than I currently do. Because have I only done it once? Or did we do it twice? I genuinely don't know. I think it was just once, wasn't it? But it's a shame, because it's such a good format. I would have liked to do it more times with Moxie, and then, like, do it once with every new, like, creator that I encounter. As, like, my main kind of, my, like, signature collab idea, I suppose. You and Moxie do dual Jerkmate. I just can't prove it. Jerkmate 2-player. Competitive ranked Jerkmate. Remember when that was a thing? They actually genuinely made that a thing, and people were like, oh, that can't be real. And then they check and they're like, holy shit, it is a thing. What the fuck? Just twice? I don't think it was 3 times. Anyway. I was just about to make a ranked joke. Yeah. Oh, I need to open my window. It's getting warm. Competitive Jerkmate is just like Fortnite for real. Yeah, it's really similar in that they both involve me jerking off. Okay. What was the best period of your life? About a 2 weeks-ish worth of time in mid-July last year. Got to be on call with someone that matters to me a lot then, and it was so fun, and I miss them so goddamn much every single day. Haven't gotten to call him in so long and haven't been able to talk at all in months, and I'm worried sick about him so often. Written by Unknown. Was this like someone you had feelings for, or was it just a friend? I'm curious. Because, man, it sucks to lose someone you care about. It really sucks to lose someone you love as well. I don't know if that's what this is, but... yeah, being torn apart by circumstances very much sucks. You know, someone that you'd enjoy the company of and would enjoy being around so much. Maybe even enjoy being in love with. I don't know if that was your situation, but even just friends, whatever. Like, but then circumstances don't let you be together. That's always heartbreaking. That's always horrible. The world is cruel. People are, you know, whether it be like physical distance or they're just not available, like there's all sorts of things and factors that make it hard to have the connections we want. Sometimes life screws us over. Feelings for? Oh. No. You miss them so much. That's sad. You never get to talk to them anymore. The person you love. That's unfortunate. Hopefully get another chance to talk with them. You can say what will happen. Anything's possible. Exhibit, if you do another drama club, may I request blue curtains? Editing Moxie's hair back in after removing the red curtains was a pain. Oh, I see. Blue curtains? I mean, I guess. I suppose. I feel like red curtains kind of fit it better, but I think maybe blue. There could be blue curtains. I guess it doesn't go well with his hair, does it? No. Gosh. Yeah. I'll try to do something that doesn't mess with his hair then. But yeah, hang in there, unknown. I think we've all been there before. What was the best period of your life? When I first loved cock. Written by Zana. Wow. Yeah, that would be a very good period of your life. When you first get into that, you know? There's no time like that. Such emotional music for this topic, it's so fitting. Back when I first loved cock. I remember it like it was yesterday. When I first discovered the joy of it. I'll never forget. There's nothing like it in the whole world. Those days will always matter to me. The days when I first loved cock. What a contrast, yeah. Could be made Moxie so it doesn't blend in. Of course the cock answers right after first true love. Yeah, I don't know if I ruined the mood. Basically never get to talk anymore. Yeah, it feels like it's been months since we've even had a conversation where she responded to my response to her. Gosh. Yeah, does she just not reply very often? Is she just too busy? Both love, just in very different ways. Yeah, that's true. Be sure to like and subscribe to the infamous Exhibit A. Yes, I'm infamous. And... anyway. Alright, what was I doing? What was the best period of your life? It's actually difficult to choose. I could certainly reminisce of my earliest years, when I had the comfort of my mother and all my toys and imagination world without much to worry about beyond grade school issues, as well as how to sneakily stay up late enough for my favorite anime without my mom noticing. My childhood, especially before moving out of the home I grew up in, was magical despite my inability to appreciate it at the time. Following that, my preteen years were their own sort of special. I lived primarily online, including my friends and relationships and all the roleplay and video games. Past that, meeting Boogeyman and the Juggalos was as monumental as it was transformative. A time and place where I very nearly had everything I'd ever wanted, a feeling of belonging, and friends who adored me. I had some very slight notoriety and endless options for adventures and potential. After a deep dive into trauma, I came out the other end in my first ever truly healthy relationship. Although it ended eventually, I still went forward to experience amazing, unique people and a wealth of experiences and growth, making a name for myself in the core of Juggalo culture. It was all beyond expectation and explanation. My addiction was a mixed bag of vibes. I had positives to take away despite nearly dying because of it. Finding Discord years later really boosted me up again. Finding so many spectacular souls and getting to be part of things renewed my valor and love of living. Meeting KitKat and Belle and Unknown, the whole of Exhibit's community, and playing a part in merging Moxie's world with Exhibit's and meeting the cool kids and getting to know Moxie and Sarah and Baki and Venus on a closer level. I honestly don't think I could have withstood the trauma of the last year without such an amazing support system. There are far too many names and instances to name, which I could list here, but I like to think the best is yet to come. Very soon, I'll get my chances to meet Baki in person after nearly a year of falling in love and growing close. I genuinely think the best chapter comes next when I find some true stability as an adult. I want to make a positive difference to all those I care about as strongly as I'm able. Life is so much longer than it seems, but shorter than it feels. Don't forget to like the video and join the Discord if you're over 18. Written by Toybox. True. Alright. Yeah, again, it's very easy to reminisce of earlier years, where you have the comfort of lack of responsibility and imagination, but there's clearly a lot of other points in your life where things were very good, so there's a lot of competing times. You basically just give me your life story here. Preteen, let's see. Yeah, it sounds like... Yeah, I'm gonna need to look more into like Juggalos and whatever, because, you know, it seems like you have a strong connection with them. Yeah. I get that, sneakily staying up late to watch your favorite anime and stuff. I miss that too, like just... When I was younger and I could enjoy things better than I do now, like I would binge watch anime like all day on my days off and like watch late into the night, episode after episode. I'd be so hooked. And it just does not feel the same anymore. It's not the same that it used to. I remember how great it felt in the past. It was unlike anything else, you know. It's just so, and I was so obsessed with anime. I was so obsessed. Like there was something about it to me. And it just became my biggest obsession that I'd ever had in my life. I barely remember it now, which is frustrating. But what little I do remember, like, I know it was a big thing for me. Like, just anime. Something about it was just so... I was just so passionate about it. And I can't tell whether young me would be happy or unhappy to find out that anime has become so mainstream now. Because back when I liked it, it was not mainstream, right? It was the thing, you know, you were a weirdo for liking it. It was like the thing the weird people liked. It was something most people didn't view positively. Now it's like so many people I meet like anime or anime adjacent things or follow anime aesthetics from TikTok. A lot of people who don't watch anime at all or don't consume any Japanese media of any kind will try even things like cosplay. They'll put on anime profile pictures. They may not consume normal Japanese media, but they might still look at hentai. You know, there's so much. It's just everywhere, you know. Anime is in a lot of places now. It's not literally anywhere. And I get reminded of that whenever I actually, because I actually have been putting myself into more normie spaces lately, like going out to like philosophy clubs and stuff. And then when I'm in those places, I'm sort of reminded that, okay, well, anime isn't like 100% mainstream yet. Most people still don't like it. Most people still aren't into it. I went to the philosophy club and like, I for a second I was excited. Like this guy showed me his fucking Nekopara Steam account, and for a second I thought he was based, but then he was like, "Oh no, it's ironic. This is cause it's a fucking stupid game and it's misogynistic and it's you know it's these you know it's cringe. You don't want to be one of these people. I mean, and you don't want to be someone who actually likes Nekopara. And in fairness, I don't actually like Nekopara really because I found it kind of boring. But I like the characters. If I don't want to read through the visual novel. But it's stuff like that that reminds me that anime hasn't actually taken over the world. Because when you spend all your time online, you kind of get the view that like anime is just taken over everything. That's not true. Like if you go into the normie world, it's still an out of the way thing. And people will, but it's definitely way more mainstream now, right? It's so much more mainstream than in the past, at the very least. And I don't know if young me would be happy to learn that, or unhappy to learn that. Because I think I, like a lot of other people, may have actually liked the fact that it was this, like, niche thing. And the idea of, like, oh, my fucking school bully or something liking it would have, like, made it less cool. It was, like... Because they wouldn't, these people who, like, previously were like, oh, the school bullies, the people who were tough, the normies who like sports and FIFA and I don't know what fucking things the normies in high school like. Vapes. Yeah, vapes, I guess. That's another interest, another hobby of teenage boys. Like, if those same people were suddenly up in my freaking hobby, it's like, I wonder if, I don't know, I wonder if I might have been like, if I would have thought to myself, like, bro, come on, you guys would have hated me for this in the past. You don't get to appropriate my culture, alright? You don't get to have this. You would have fucking beat my ass for this, alright? And now you're enjoying it yourself, and you're, like, acting like you've always liked it. No, get out of here. Like, I wonder if that's what my mentality would have been. Or I wonder if I would have been happy, right? If I would have been glad, like, oh, my religion is spreading around everywhere. Anime is taking over the world. Everyone will know the joy of anime. And it's like, I don't know which way I would have gone with that. Because it would have been one or the other, I'm pretty sure. Would I have been, like, gatekeepy about it? Or would I have been glad that it spread so much? Because, I mean, another thing is that undoubtedly, like, as anime has become more mainstream, and as Japanese media in general has become more mainstream, because I'm more of a manga guy than an anime guy now, to be honest, as Japanese media has become more mainstream, it has affected the community. It's affected what kinds of things are, what kinds of things you can do in the anime community. It affects what kinds of things you get cancelled for in the anime community. It affects what kinds of, like, shows you can admit to liking. Like, it affects all of that. Like, you find a lot of people now in the anime community. It really varies. But, like, there's a lot of people policing, like, what kind of stuff you can like. It's gotten so bad now where I legitimately was in a YouTube comment section, YouTube Shorts comment section, where people were talking about how it's, like, problematic to like Yuri and Yaoi if you're a straight person. And it's like, how did we get here? Like, how did we get here? So, I don't know. But things happen. Things change. As communities become more mainstream, there's a wider variety of different opinions that end up in those communities, and not all of them are good. But sometimes they are good. Sometimes change is good. Sometimes good things come of it. It's not a purely negative thing, and I won't pretend that it is. A lot of people do. A lot of people are like, it's been ruined by the normies. You know, I'm not really one of those people. I just recognize there's some negatives and there's some positives. There's definitely some positives. I like seeing anime in more places. I do. I really do. But there's negatives as well. So, you know, I like that conventions now have... There's more conventions. There's more people at them. There's more stuff being made. You know, like there's more... The reason they're able to make so many gacha games now is because there's more of a market for them. And I tend to like those kinds of things, you know? I don't think cool games like Neverness to Everness would exist if not for the boom in anime popularity. And I like that game, so I'm glad it exists. Fuck, nothing's wrong with enjoying your yaoi. I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. But that was what their opinion was, and like, and I replied to that comment being like, bro, people are allowed to do what they want with their imaginations. It's not your place to police that. And like a whole bunch of people replied to me, dogging on me, being like, man, who cares about the porn you watch unless it's totally illegal? Exactly, exactly. Like, come on, man. It's, like, the logic they used was that it's, like, fetishizing minorities. But, yeah, I don't know. I think people are allowed to have fantasies about stuff, and I don't think... I dislike this kind of way of thinking where it's like, everything you do needs to be considered in the light of like a utilitarian cost-benefit analysis, where every media that you make needs to like make the world a better place in some way. And you can't just like have media for its own sake, for your own gratification, for your own like masturbatory pleasure, if you will. But like that surprised me, because it was like I thought it would be like just a few crazy people saying that, but like the entire comment section was full of people like saying that, because the YouTube short was something about like, it was something about like, oh, like there's a, the YouTube short was talking about someone being like, oh, I was in my like yaoi is problematic phase as a teen, but now I just don't care about stuff like that. But then the people in the comment section were like, well, actually you were right to be in that phase because that's the correct opinion, and it is problematic actually, because you can't... Moxie, fetishizing minorities is awesome. Somebody has to want them. No. Okay. Well, I mean, you wouldn't put it that way, but you know, here's the thing, right? I absolutely do not agree with fetishizing real life people or treating real life people in a way that they do not want to be treated. I understand where some of the sentiment comes from, right? I know that in real life, there are some people who will go out, like, they'll see a gay couple, like, they'll see two men kissing, and they'll go up to them and be like, oh my god, it's yaoi! Whoa, that's so hot! Whoa! And there's especially a lot of guys who will, like, see, like, women dating, like, oh, lesbians! You know, and they're like, oh, what are my thoughts? What, you know, so they're in, like, an interview. What are my thoughts? How do I view lesbian relationships? In HD on Pornhub. And it's like, that does exist, right? It's like people do, unfortunately, treat people in real life like they're just a trope, like they're just a thing to be fawned over. You know, when a lot of these people just want to live their lives, you know, gay people just want to live their lives. They don't want to be. They want to be able to do stuff in public without being treated, like, either mistreated or, like, treated like some kind of, like, an icon or some kind of, like, a thing to be thirsted over or jacked off over, you know? So that sentiment is completely fair. And I think that's where people come from when they're like, well, you know, we shouldn't be making media that encourages people to view them that way. However, I don't think you can police people's imaginations, and I think there's tons of people who will enjoy yaoi and yuri who understand that you should not be treating people in real life that way. There's tons of people who just want to go home and engage in a little fantasy and want to enjoy some of that stuff because it brings them a thrill, it brings them joy. And they understand that they should not be treating people in real life like that. And that is the majority. So no one can take that away from you. Don't let anyone ever take that away from you. But you have to understand the difference between what's real and what isn't. You can't just go around treating people in real life like they're your favorite characters, like they're a trope. You have to understand that there's a difference. You know? The characters in your stories exist for your pleasure. They exist for your entertainment. But people in real life don't exist for your entertainment. They exist for their own reasons. They have rights. They have things. They have lives. They don't exist for your sake. Right, but then the argument should be fetishizing minorities is bad, not straight people liking gay porn is bad. So I think they conflate it. So they're like, you know, they say that it is fetishizing minorities to ever look at yaoi and yuri. What if the person wants to be objectified asking for a girlfriend? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. That's exactly the point, right? This idea is like, you cannot, they're limiting what kinds of things people can consent to, because they're like, no, a woman can't, well, I mean, this is a slightly different situation, but it's a similar argument that certain people would make who are like anti-porn, or like anti any sort of like sexual media, including fanfiction and whatnot. And an argument people would make is, you can't, like, oh, it doesn't matter, or they're like, yeah, the woman in the video isn't me. However, because it might affect people's view of me, because it might affect people's view of women, which will affect me, she doesn't have the right to do what she wants with her own body, or she doesn't have the right to make porn of herself, or... I feel like that's tantamount to saying that you can't have sex with someone, or you can, because it might affect that person's view of women or something. I don't know if this is making sense. Old man Kellogg is rolling in his grave over gooners. I also had a yaoi's problematic phase. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's probably quite common. I think, I'm not gonna articulate myself perfectly right now, because these are all... I don't know if I'm gonna make good points necessarily, but this is stuff that I think about in great detail. Enough to, like, write about a lot of things, but I don't have all my thoughts together. So forgive me if I don't make coherent sense as I'm talking about this. Yeah, this... Yeah, I don't like this idea that whether a piece of media does or doesn't have a right to exist entirely depends on how certain people may misinterpret it, if that makes sense, I feel like even if some people will misinterpret your media and take a message away from it that they shouldn't, that doesn't mean you shouldn't be allowed to make it, ever. Like when they made Breaking Bad, the message of Breaking Bad was against the idea of feeding your ego, and it's a cautionary tale against the idea of being too obsessed with being manly, too obsessed with just being the man of the house, of being this guy who's willing to do whatever it takes to feed his pride, you know? And that's what Walter White does throughout the series. He gets people killed, he gets people whatever, he does terrible things, all because of his pride. All because he wants to be tough, because he doesn't want to be seen as weak. Some people walked away from that, thinking, wow, Walter White's so cool, I need to be more like him. There was a not-so-small group of people thinking that, and making big edits of him. And being like, I want to be like Walter White. This is what a real man acts like. A real man does anything for his family. But they're missing the point, because that wasn't actually the message. So, you know? However, that doesn't mean that they were wrong to make Breaking Bad, even though some people are misinterpreting it. I feel like it's insane to say you can't make things like Breaking Bad just because certain people walk away with the wrong message. And that's because of media literacy. It's not, if people just have bad media literacy, that isn't your fault. That doesn't mean you should never make media now because there will always be people who misinterpret it. That's insane. In that same way, if you make like Yaoi or Yuri, you're not trying to send people the message that, oh, you should treat people in real life like they're there for your entertainment, like they're there to be a fetish for you. But some people are gonna still walk away with that message. But that isn't your fault. You shouldn't be disallowed then from making that content. You shouldn't be disallowed even from making that content for people who want to fetishize the content, for people who think it is hot to see two girls kiss or two guys kiss. Because you're intending for those people to consume it, not for the people to consume it who are going to go and fetishize the real people. It's kind of like the video games cause violence argument. Yeah, it is very, there's a lot of parallels. Now, the thing is, there is nuance even to the video games cause violence thing, right? What they did prove is that for ordinary people, video games do not just make you violent. However, if you are someone who is already a really fucked up person, who already has bad tendencies, who's already getting kind of violent, who has already got weird twisted beliefs, who already is having thoughts of killing people, it is the case that playing a violent video game can empower the already existing bad things going on there, you know? So that's why the school shooters had lots of violent video games. It's not because violent video games turn people into school shooters, per se. It's because people who are already filled with bad ideas, sometimes a piece of media like that can be what pushes them over the edge. Now, do I think that that is justification to ban something? Or to say that you shouldn't make a certain type of thing? I don't. I don't, because I don't think whether or not you're allowed to make a certain type of media is dependent on just things like that. I think what matters a lot more is your intent behind making the media. And media literacy. My bad media literacy caused me to think that Sesame Street endorses fetishizing minorities, therefore Sesame Street should be banned. Bert and Ernie was pretty fetishized, I agree. Jerking to Bert and Ernie, oh my god. Watched Breaking Bad, I enjoyed it a lot. I've only seen the first season, actually, and I've seen lots of clips of the later seasons and had certain things spoiled to me, but I should definitely return to it at some point. Yeah, but that ain't the fault of the video game, that's the fault of the person. It wouldn't lurk within most people in the first place. Exactly, I agree with you fully. But the issue is, people will apply that logic to video games, but they won't apply it to things like porn. And that's where the contradiction is. With porn, it is also the case that it can empower people's already existing negative beliefs, or it can miseducate you. Sorry. Someone in the hallway. And yet, people don't really acknowledge the... It's the same situation, but now suddenly it's a different case, right? Anyway, I think you guys get the idea. It's a lot like, take something like alcohol, right? Alcohol is I mean, this is a more extreme example, because alcohol is actually something which is very strongly linked to harm. Alcohol is linked to domestic abuse, sexual assault, other kinds of crimes in general. There's a very direct proven link between alcohol and all those things. Like, alcohol causes those things in a lot of people. Because it sort of... Again, it's not like it totally twists an ordinary person. I guess it takes the bad things that are already there. But it does so to a much greater degree than a lot of other things. There's lots of studies showing the harms of alcohol and how it can affect certain people. But some people can also consume alcohol and not do any of those things. Some people will consume alcohol and become domestic abusers. Some people will consume alcohol and they won't. They'll be fine. They'll use it responsibly. Right? But, you know, no one really considers alcohol morally wrong. Some people do. But most people think, at the very least, it should be legal. Or if it is wrong, it's not really that wrong. But most people would say it's not wrong to drink alcohol. Now, if alcohol isn't wrong, even though it's been so strongly linked to all these harms, but you are going to say this other stuff is wrong, that's a bit of a contradiction, because the harm of these other things hasn't even been fully documented. It hasn't even really been... There's conflicting evidence when it comes to the harms of, like, you know, these kinds of media. It's not really been fully proven. There's conflicting evidence both in both directions. So if you're going to say that it's okay to drink alcohol, even though it's linked to all these harms, I feel like it's a kind of an absurd contradiction to say it's not okay to consume quote-unquote problematic media. Because the harms there aren't even documented. They aren't even, like, fully realized the way that they are with alcohol. So that's kind of an absurd thing. Someone does a bad thing, it's their fault. Why does the world seek to blame other things around them? Society sucks. I agree with that generally. I also understand why they do try to look to other things. I mean, part of it is just people trying to find easy solutions, but part of it is just the fact that, you know, we do want to make the world better, and we want to prevent things from happening. And if we think that we can prevent a thing from happening by changing the world around us, then that's what we want to do. But again, I think it's a contradiction, you know. If we clearly do believe in the idea of freedom of choice when it comes to these things, you know. Sure, someone else might become an abuser because they drink alcohol, but if I drink alcohol, I won't do that. So it's not also wrong for me just because it would make them do that, right? Whether it's wrong for you, it doesn't matter what it would make them do. Whether it's wrong for you or not only depends on what you would do. It only depends on what you do. I mean... But people don't apply that logic equally. They'll apply that logic with something like alcohol, for example, but they won't apply it with these kinds of media. Because the logic suddenly changes. Because at the end of the day, the real reason people are against media like that is less to do with the practical reasons, more to do with disgust moralism. It's to do with the fact that, you know, it's disgusting to them, and they see it, and it makes them feel not so great, and that sort of motivates their moral reasoning. Because if they were being purely logical, then they'd apply the same logic they do to things like alcohol and say, well, it's a person-to-person thing, right? So it's very... anyway. But it is nuanced. I've kept up with so much discourse on things like that. Especially recently, there's been so much drama about it. I don't know if any of you guys have seen, but there's been some serious conversations happening on Twitter. But it's a very interesting topic to me, and I have a lot of opinions on it. And if someday, if I'm brave enough, I will even make like a video about it. I think that could be very fun. It's just that since it is a controversial topic, I would be inviting a lot of negative attention to me as well by doing that. But I would genuinely find it really fun to make a video like that, and I would really enjoy getting my thoughts out there. Hello, Naya. Welcome, welcome. Just wanted to say hi real quick before I take a nap. Hope you enjoy your nap. Yeah, it's something I would really enjoy making a video about, getting my thoughts out on, but it would be controversial. So that's why I hesitate a little bit with it. You know? Because I think I have a lot of good things to say that haven't necessarily been said that much. There are a lot of negative traits that just exist in people, and all that it takes is some form of trigger to bring it out, but that could literally be anything when it goes from person to person. That is also true. Hello, Spady. Hello. Glad to see you back here. Alright. I should maybe read through these a little quicker, in case I eventually get too tired to finish anything. We'll see. I'm not tired yet, but we're maybe starting to get there. I mean, I've stayed up super late the past few nights, so I think the point where I start to get tired is going to be quite late, actually. I think that conversation is less controversial than the other things you say on stream. Really? You think so? I feel like the things I say on stream I can at least just hide behind the idea that it's a joke. I mean, people have very strong opinions, though, on what is okay to portray in media, you know? Or what is okay to, like, do in porn and stuff. I mean, the idea that you can make porn about anything as long as it's not, as long as you're not harming real people, that is kind of a controversial view. The other stuff's are jokes, the serious stuff is where people can point fingers. Exactly, that's my point. But gosh, I think it would be a very fun thing to, I mean, maybe, I'll think about it. I will. But maybe I've already established myself as quite controversial, so maybe it's not something I should be worried about. Maybe not. I think being controversial is fine, as long as you are correct. Sometimes controversial views are the true ones. That's just how it is. You know? Sometimes you gotta say that 2 + 2 = 4, even when the rest of the world is saying it's 5. And then you get to, you know, it's scary to do at first. But then once you do it, it feels really good, because it's some kind of thrilling as well to go against the grain. Like when Exhibit said Moxie's the one who first showed me CP, he was obviously talking about Cyberpunk. But if someone took that out of context, it would be bad. Why'd you put out of context with capitals as if it's the title of your fucking video? The freaking out of context compilation. True, but people also point fingers at every serious thing, you know? Discussions are typically good to have at the end of the day. I think you're right. I think maybe I should go ahead with it. You guys are sort of encouraging me a little bit. Because I definitely have a lot to say on it, and I do. I want to talk about these interesting... No clue you said that. No reason. Yeah. Okay, well... Yeah, it's... There's other considerations, too. I don't want to lose, like, collab opportunities by talking about controversial things. I know that some people will just avoid collabing with people who talk about serious things. At the very least, there's one person I want to make sure I collab with first before I ever become a more controversial figure, because I don't want to lock myself out of ever collabing with them. And if I've collabed with them at least once, then they might feel less weird about collabing with me in the future, even if I've suddenly become a little bit more serious. I don't know. Baki, it was reversed. I was introduced to CP because of exhibit. Right, yeah, important clarification, right. Baki, sorry I didn't finish reading your message. Gosh, wait, what? What are you suggesting? Bro. Okay, well, fair, do it for the money. Once I'm monetized, it would be, oh, it could be great. I genuinely think it would get a lot of views. I mean, yeah, if I start talking about, like, serious topics, I think it actually would bring in a lot of views, because I have, like, tons of things to talk about that I avoid talking about, because, if you lose a collab opportunity because of that, I don't think you'd want to actually collab with them if they aren't okay with your beliefs. Why do you want to collab with them? It's not necessarily that, right? It's not just the idea of them not having my beliefs. Sometimes a person might share my beliefs, but they just might not want to associate with a controversial figure, right? For PR reasons. So they might personally think I'm fine, but they might not want the bad PR, if that makes sense. So that's one thing I'm concerned about. Because the person I'm thinking of collabing with actually does have the same takes as me. But they might not want to be around a controversial figure? I'm not sure. I mean, I feel like it wouldn't matter to them. I feel like it wouldn't. It's just that I don't know for sure. You never know for sure with these things. I feel like it would be fine, but I don't want my, my FOMO is going to kick in. I don't like the idea of missing cool opportunities, you know? But I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I might be overthinking it. But I think, I don't know, man. I don't want to hold myself back from my full potential. Being so excited to collab with Vosh is making me a little jealous. Vosh? Vosh? Wasn't I the one who told you who Vosh was? I forget, yeah, I don't even remember all the things I told you about him, but anyway. Fucking Vosh. Yep. But we'll see, we'll see. I want to reach my full potential. I feel like it's a waste for me to not put my ideas out there when they are helpful and useful, and when I do have things to say that others don't have to say. It's like, it feels like wasted potential, you know? So maybe I should figure that out. Fix that. Vosh the Stampede. It does make me think of that too. Vash the Stampede. I enjoyed Trigun a lot when I watched it when I was younger. I heard about him before you told me, but you're outing yourself by saying that, lol. I thought I talked about him with you. Or maybe I did, but you're just trying to be discreet. Not expose me as a Vosh watcher. I only watch him a little bit. I don't agree with everything he says. I agree with some of the things he says. I watch a lot of people that I don't agree with just because it's interesting. With Vosh, he has some takes I agree with, but not all of them. He has some pretty wild, crazy, bad takes as well, but whatever. That's the way it is on the internet. There's no such thing as a good political YouTuber. There really isn't. They're all terrible people, genuinely. Yeah, anyway. Never heard of Vosh. We talked about him, but you didn't introduce me to him. I find him insufferable and whiny. there's many I mean, there's a whole thing where he is, part of his whole thing is that he advocates for feminism and he cares a lot about feminism. But he literally made a video reacting to like a video that a woman made, and he spent the entire video just like making misogynistic remarks about her and saying that like, oh, she's just saying this because she's trying to get men to like her, and she's just saying she's just wearing that dress because she wants to look slutty, and you know, it's like, okay, buddy. And that was like his whole argument against. He didn't really make good points against it. He just insulted her the whole time. It's like, okay. And I feel like the most people who see that would not support him anymore, but because it's not, you have to go out of your way to find those clips. Yeah, I don't know. People are just a fucking mixed bag. There are no good. Every political YouTuber on YouTube genuinely is just like a bad person. I can't think of one that isn't bad. I mean, maybe there's a few. There's some I can. Well, okay. There's maybe like one or two, but Wash is probably just saying that to make men like him. I don't know. It's like he was. I don't know. He was like doing it. He was like being. It's so weird, right? He was being misogynistic in support of feminism, because he was like, look at this woman making points against feminism. I'm gonna say all these misogynistic things about her, and it's like, okay, hang on. It wasn't even like anti-feminist content, by the way. It was like, it was stuff that like just disagreed with him on like some certain things. But he kind of took it as like, anyway. We're getting into political territory now. I'm just talking about how political YouTubers are just generally not very good people. I'm not about to read you guys like 400 pages of like queer feminist theory. You can do that in your own time. All right. let's read out more of these. What was the best period of your life? Hee period. What does that mean? No, seriously, I'm way too young to answer that. My life is only like to... I think this is misspelled. Only just begun. And the first I can't remember because I was too young. And the second is something that doesn't feel right to choose because I've been depressed for a good part of it. Written by Utopia. No, fair enough. I think even in my case and a lot of other people's cases, we've not really been alive long enough to make calls like that. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, no. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be rushing to say what the best period of our life is when our lives aren't even over. Especially in your case, Utopia. You have a lot more to go. So, fair enough. And I guess it's from the sounds of it, all of your points of your life, you know, the time that seemed like it could have been good enough, there was other things that made it bad, so it's hard to say it's a good time of your life. I feel a little bit similarly. There's times in my life when certain things were good, were better, but then other things were worse. So it balances out. Watch being a feminist is like a polytheistic Muslim or sober Southern Baptist. Yeah. Anyway. Let's see. What was the best period of your life? I honestly don't have one, but if I had to pick the closest, I'd say the days when I went to Disney World with my family. Written by Naya. Hi everyone! Hello Naya. Well, yeah, Disney World. I've never been to Disney World. I do want to go. I want to try these amusement parks. I want to experience the magic. I want to experience the magic of capitalism. I want to worship my glorious overlords. and experience the world they've created for us. Indeed. But, I mean, people do talk about it being very magical. I do want to experience it. I do want to know what it's like. Places like Disney World or Universal Studios. I've only been to one amusement park before in my life, I'm pretty sure. Unless I have been to them before that, but just don't remember them because I was too young. But in recent years, certainly, only once. Fuck, some of the rides were scary as hell. I tried the one that goes up in the air super fast. Oh, it's awful. It's awful. But I was persuaded to do it multiple times. Oh, it's so fucking scary. Like, your brain makes you feel like you're dying. That's literally what amusement parks are. They exploit the natural mechanisms in your brain that are to do with self-preservation. They exploit the fear of dying. That's literally what they do. They put you in all these situations where your brain thinks you're gonna die, right? With, like, heights and all that. And then, instead of it being horrible, it's done for your thrill. It just shows how fucking masochistic we are as a species. Kiss Mickey's feet, yeah.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's right. Bow down to me.
Yep. Okay, well, next one. What was the best period of your life? Great question. I think for me, I haven't experienced the quote-unquote best period of my life because I barely got to experience it. Yes, as a child, I had overall good periods, but also bad. And I feel like I was mostly sheltered in my experiences when I was younger. But even now, I feel like the period my life is going through is good, but not the best. Written by No Name Written. Blank. Yeah, I mean, again, makes sense, you know. If we haven't experienced a lot of life yet, can't exactly say when the best period is yet, you know? And it's hard to say when the best period is also when certain periods were good in some ways and bad in other ways. And I feel that way too. That's the way it is for every point in my life, generally. You know, because in some ways, this is the best period of my life. In some ways, certainly. I've got a cool gaming PC that I wanted. You know, I can finally play any game I want, which is what my younger self really dreamed of, because everything would run on like 10 FPS and I couldn't play anything except like Roblox and like really old games. Now I can play any game I want, but I also enjoy games less. So it's balanced out, you know. People in this chat are proof of humans being masochistic, including me. True. Yeah, well, listen. It is what it is.
Oh-ho!
Yeah. I shouldn't make those, like, high-pitched noises that'll wake people up. I'm for sure in a good period now with this amazing community, but yeah, you know my answer. Yeah. Do be that way. What was the best period of your life? The best period of my life is now. Aside from some issues with my finger, I'm in peak physical performance, and I'm so happy with my toy box and the communities I'm part of. I still also have the joys of furthering my relationship to look forward to, so it'll only get better from here. Written by Bakiato. Yeah, you really are living your best life, Baki. You're chilling. You got a nice community. You got a great girlfriend, and yeah, life's just going good for you. It's a very good place to be. It's such a good place to be when you can say, I'm in the best period of my life. And to be able to recognize that. Because a lot of people look back and they say, oh, that was the best period of my life. This is when I peaked. But back then, they didn't think of it as the best period of their life. They only think that, like, looking back. But when they were there, they didn't think that, so they didn't even get the chance to appreciate how good their life was. You know? But in your case, you were actually recognizing that you're in the peak of your life. You know? People say, like, oh, I wish there was, you know, oh, we have the good old days. I wish there was a way to know when you're in the good old days. And it's like, you know you're in the good old days right now. Someday you'll look back on this period of your life and you'll feel a lot of nostalgia. You'll feel a lot of joy. Thinking about those nice memories. So, it's a good place to be. And, you know, and it's always good when you're able to say a period of your life is the best period, because it actually feels that good that you can say it in the moment, instead of just being like looking back on it and being like, oh, this is when my life was the least bad, when I had the least problems, the least responsibilities, but I didn't even know it back then. It's a lot better and healthier when it's like, oh, life is just so good that I feel like I can, it's clear to me that this is the best period of my life so far. So, good place to be. Yeah. Right. What was the best period of your life? I have a cock. I don't have periods, idiot. Boom, roasted. Written by Moxie Cockhaver Moxerson. Right, okay, because I said, what was the best period of your life? And you don't have periods. Very funny. That's so funny. Moxie, that's hilarious. That's such a clever joke, Moxie. That's so funny. It's so funny. It's hilarious. I can hardly control myself right now, actually. I have no desire to go back to any previous part of my life. Damn. Fair enough. I mean, it's a good thing. I did know my best period was my best period during it, but it's gone now. Sad. There are certain things that I've experienced that I really hope I get to experience again someday, because I'm unsure if I will. I have a lot of doubts. I have reasons to doubt. I feel like it'll suck if I never get to experience those things again. But with enough luck, it'll work out. Got him. What was the best period of your life? I think the best period of my life is still ongoing. I get to be surrounded by people who actually want to be my friend with no hidden motives. I feel more free to just be myself and not constantly feel like there's a target on my back like I did growing up. And now I get to commit all the crimes I want. Points gun. Hand over those books. Written by Belle the Thief Beast. Your favorite thing to steal, your heart and books. 3, heart. Yeah. Belle, you can steal my heart any day. But yeah. That's the kind of thief I'm okay with. Best period of my life is still ongoing. That's good. You're also there. You're in the good period. You're in a good time. It's good. And I'm glad that I'm able to be part of that. I'm able to create the community for that for you. It's very good. It's very nice. It's very cool. Mouse pads for when your special mouse becomes a woman mouse. That's amazing. Now I can't hear the question without my mind warping it. Thanks, Moxie. Yeah, look what you did. What was the best period of your life? Right now is pretty alright. Written by Grimace. Well, that's good. Said also an unclear answer. I'm not sure if you mean that now is actually the best period of your life, but at least right now is pretty alright. That's good. That's very good. Could certainly be a lot worse. So, take what we can get. Sounds like right now is not like amazing mind-blowing, but you're able to recognize that there's plenty to be appreciative of. And I feel that way a little bit too. I'm not sure if I'd call it the best period of my life. I'm not sure how I'd measure that. But I'm definitely in a period right now where I don't need to worry about too much. I don't need to be scared of the future. I don't feel like every day is a fight for my survival. I'm not questioning if I can keep going. And it wasn't even that long ago that I was in that mindset, where things were that bad. So I'm quite glad to be in a place where I can relax and breathe. For sure. Even if there's certain things I'm dissatisfied with. It's a good place to be. I don't know, I flip-flop and constantly wish I could redo, but today is a good day. Well, that's worth celebrating. Today is a good day. Just parked. Hello, Belle. Welcome back. I just read out your answer just now before Grimace's. Yeah. Belle, you can always feel free to steal my heart. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, it's always good to be in a place where your current life is feeling alright. I know what it's like for life to not feel that way, to feel the opposite, for it to feel horrendous. It's nice to be able to breathe. I measure best period of life by period of time where the average of happiness is the greatest. I mean, that sounds about right. Alright, let's see. What was the best period of your life? Just kidding, my favorite period of life is when I encountered a molester dog. Wait, what's that? You don't know about the molester dogs? Oh, well, let me tell you all about them. Written by Moxie Molester Dog Moxerson. Alright, so this is Moxie's actual answer. Wait. Moxie, you never explained who the molester dogs are. You just left it at that. You can't just mention the molester dogs and not tell anyone what they are. You didn't explain. Guys, have you guys ever heard of the molester dogs? Have you guys ever heard of the molester dogs? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you haven't. Long ago, humanity lived in fear of the molester dogs, helpless to their attacks, but you've never heard of them. Why, you ask? Because whenever they molest and eat someone, everyone forgets that person ever existed. That's why no one remembers the molester dogs. But at night, make sure to close your window, or else an iceberg may come through your wall. It won't make any noise, it'll just phase through, kind of like a ghost. And then the molester dogs come into your house, and then it's all over for you. I still feel scared when I look out the window and see an iceberg go into someone's home. It sends chills down my spine. Alright. Stop before the government listens in. I'd want the government to know, then they can do something about it. Alright, gosh, I'm on the very last answer. Thank God you remembered, I forgot to type the rest. You can always count on me to remember it. You don't want to know what the government would do about it. True. Trust. Who do you think is breeding the molester dogs exhibit? Open your eyes, man. Is it you, Baki, you fucking freak? Are you breeding the molester dogs? I know what really happened to the Titanic. That's true, that's true. No, the government. Yeah, but you love to breed things and people. I realize it now, Baki. Why'd you spell it like that? Alright, we've got one more answer here. Any of you can also add on new ones in the last little bit of time. What was the best period of your life? I guess now is the best period of my life despite the responsibilities of adulting. Free from my family, who were a major source of my anxiety and low self-esteem growing up. I've come to realize this after moving out. I finally have a place to myself, a cat, and don't have to live with 3+ people. While I have less friends now, I can better cherish the friends I do have. And the name is blank, anonymous. Yeah, again, good that things are good right now, always good. And yeah, adulting comes with responsibilities, but sometimes it's worth it if we're moving away from a family that makes you feel terrible and treats you badly. I can understand that feeling. And having a place to yourself is great. That must be awesome. I've only ever had like roommates. Oh, no, not roommates, like flatmates who like are in the room next to me. But having my own place all to myself would be great. That's definitely what I want at some point. It's good. Sometimes a simple life is the best you've got. Sometimes it's a good place to be. You know? Where you can just enjoy yourself. Is that the Anonymous from 4chan? Yeah, the infamous... It's Anonymous? He's the infamous hacker 4chan? Oh my goodness. Oh my infamous Anonymous, the hacker 4chan? The Anonymous 4chan, the hacker, the... Oh my god. Alright. Alright. Gosh, that's the last answer. Well, fellas. Fellas. And fellettes. I don't know. I don't know if fellas can be applied to women or not. What should we talk about before I go? Someone anonymous, so we don't know who they are, so unknowable. Yeah, they're an unknown person. We don't know who they are, they're an unknown person, yeah. Perhaps even an unknown person 7592. It's like that fucking Chainsaw Man meme. Fellas is for everyone, just like bro and dude. Fair enough, yeah. Bro, dude. Sup, dudes and dudettes. Sometimes they try to make a female version. How much we want to love exhibits pig noises. I could stay up a bit longer. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I don't feel like playing more Neverness to Everness. Wow, exhibit. Oh my god, seeing the numbers makes me feel so exposed. I'll kill myself if I hear dudette again. Call us Philacias. Oh no. Philacias, as in those who give fellatio. Is that even how you pronounce it? Fellatio? I think it's fellatio. All my fellas. I do want to stay up a bit longer, or I don't know. I do want to keep streaming a bit longer. So yeah, I was about to suggest GTA, but with anime cat girls. Yeah, I'm a little bit burnt out on it just because I played it so much. It was too cool of a game, but I gotta take a break from it for a bit. At some point, I should surely stream it again. Let's see. There'll be something. I could do Fortnite. Could do Fortnite. I haven't played Fortnite in a little while. We'll do Fortnite. It's a nice casual game. No real commitments there. Let's do it. Let's do Fortnite. Unless anyone has better ideas. $14.90. Bro, where is it? Epic Games Launcher. Fork knife. NTE sounds better than Fortnite. I mean, it is. It is a better. I mean, there's two different games actually. I can't. It's a little weird to compare them because one's a single player experience, and the other is. But yeah, I can't. I don't want to do more Neverness to Everness right now because played it too much. But I played it too much because I really enjoyed it. I should stream Fall Guys at some point. You know what, guys? Maybe I'll do Fall Guys. I need to adjust the volume. The best period of my life was when my period was really light and short. That's totally fair, Ducky. Hello, Ducky. Welcome. I might be ending stream soon, but I want to play something first. I want it to go on a bit longer, so we'll see. I agree. Baki Buddy said it has wants or something. I don't know. What is that supposed to mean? What? Wants or something? Let's see. I'm not sure how many co-op or multiplayer games I have, but I can definitely see which ones I do have. Speaking of, I really do want to, I do want to do more streams where I actually play with viewers. Because I don't, what was I saying? I used to do them more often, back near the start of when I started streaming with this model. But then I just stopped. And I feel like I should pick that up again, because that can be fun. It's a good way to break down the walls between me and you guys. So did you hear about me and Fish? No. Did you like get together or something? Jackbox with stream perchance? That's an idea. That's definitely an idea. I used to do Lethal Company with viewers. I should totally do things like that. Like I want to do I want to play games with viewers with like voice chat on. Doesn't necessarily need to be part of the game as a feature, but like maybe we could be in like a Discord call or something, right? Like I want to just as a way, because it helps to get to know people and it just makes things more interesting. And you know, I'm not just seeing you guys in text form. You can become like actual human beings with a moral value and human rights. Yeah, like a bit ago or something. Well, congratulations. That's awesome. Cool. Very lovely. Oh my god. There's so many relationships that start in this little VTuber community, of me and Moxie and the rest, and you know, like, and that's cool to see. That's very cool. We're bringing people together. I feel like not every VTuber community has that, you know. So I think it's quite a good thing that we have that going for us. Like I swear, like there's no other VTubers chat I've ever been in where like people have just started relationships because of the community. Like that's never I've never really been in a place like that. That'd be cool. I'll have to disguise my voice and gaslight you with some of my impressions. Will you? Give it a try. I'm always down for more interaction between chat and streamer, because that's where all the best stuff happens. Without interaction, I'd rather just watch a normal video. Yeah, fair enough. We do love a good Exhibit X chat stream. Yeah, Exhibit X chat. I get to date all of you. You know. I've said this before and I'll say it again. This whole channel is a scheme for me to get a girlfriend. It's I'm basically trying to mold you all into my ideal partner. And you know, in a couple of years' time, you'll all have like adapted into, you know, I'll have like subtly groomed you into my ideal person, and then I'll choose one of you. And that includes the guys too. I know I said girlfriend, but it includes the guys. Men can be girlfriends if you try hard enough. All right. Yeah, let's do Fall Guys. I think that would be, I don't know. Oh wait. Did I delete it? I thought I had it installed already. What the fuck is this? Hang on, guys. Wait. Does it need to install? I thought it was installed. The hell is this? The fuck is this shit? The fucker. The fuck. Let me verify. All women simply date Exhibit and all the men become femboys. Yeah. Not very true. I'm really not against being a housewife one day. Alright, let's see. What are we doing? Okay, we gotta install Fall Guys again. Let's see how long it takes. Wait, it shouldn't take... Wait. Why did I even delete it in the first place if it barely takes up any space? That's weird. Okay, well, we're installing it. It shouldn't take too long. Exhibit harem. Yeah, I mean, this is what this is what this is all supposed to be. It's just it's a scheme. I'm very committed. Did you guys ever heard of that one VTuber that one VTuber who did actually um I think they arranged they like DM'd several I don't know if it actually happened. It was the thing they were accused of, right? I don't know if it actually was real, but they like invited several of their fans to like a, you know, like a special little group chat or something. And like they were like, you know, these people will be my harem. And then they were gonna meet up in real life, and I forget all the details, but I think she was it was Kyoresu. That's what she's called now. I forget if she was called something different in the past. Oh, she was called something different in the past. Um, she's now called Kyoresu, but I don't remember her previous identity. VTubers, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, she started like yeah, and then I think she got fired for having relations with her manager or something. Again, we don't know if any of this. I mean, because I think she denied that any of this happened, and we don't have like proof either way. But you know, it's a harem within a harem scheme. You think you're part of one harem, only to realize the harem network is like the internet. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna launch Fall Guys. It might get a bit loud because the volume is gonna be running on the default before I change it. Or actually, I'll just turn off the desktop audio so it doesn't kill you. Heard of that? Rero something? Yeah, Rero Ron, that's what it was. It was Rero Ron. You're just talking about Ned Falmer, man? Yeah. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna get chat on screen. Or chat on my screen. Okay, the exhibit harem goes in circle 1, then I have to include my other harem in Moxie's, Luna's, Peachy's, Ain's, and whoa, do I just exist as a harem ever? I mean, that's a good way to be. Yeah, Riro Ron was based. Yeah, I love it when she's a real inspiration. I'm gonna do what she did. I'm gonna take it. Yeah, anyway. I need to stop joking about this. It sounds like I'm being serious. Okay. Okay, well. Yeah, she like took drugs on stream and got very high and yeah, I don't know. She she was crazy. She only got in trouble because she was with a big corpo. That's true, and I'm not with a big corpo. And I've mentioned that for no particular reason whatsoever. Okay, what? Water, Samar, yeah. Oh, my back. I have a shitty chair. Okay, hang on. I can't evaluate the volume. Ugh, okay, you guys just need to tell me. Can I be in the harem? I'll show my nip. Yeah, you can. You can be in the harem. But you have to wear a maid dress. Okay, you guys can hear the volume now. Tell me if that's too loud or too quiet. Music. Alright, you guys tell me. I'll wait for the messages to come through. By the way, I had to write a paper about sleeping and how to improve sleep, one of them being Exhibit ASMR, so congrats on your research in my university paper. What? Really? That's awesome! I'm gonna be in a university paper. Holy shit. That's I am a very good resource to be mentioned in papers. You still streaming crazy? Hello, Sarah. Yeah. I'm still streaming. I'm gonna be doing. I hear the volume and see the black screen behind. Oh yeah, I know. I haven't added it as a source. I'm just testing the audio. Is it too loud though? Is it like too? Is it too loud or too quiet? Anyway, I'll add it as a source now. Here. Oh, here we go. Can you hear it? Sounds good to me? Okay. Alright. So it was good. Alright, that's fine. Is Moxie still here? He can forward the pic I sent him? Huh? What pic? Okay. Cool. take that personally. He hates me so much that he makes the big noises exclusively when I'm not here. Bro, you know that's not what I was doing. Alright. Oh, my back. Okay, we're gonna... What are we doing? You know, the Hatsune Miku rhythm game has made me so much better with using controller. Because now I memorize where all the buttons are. Because I have to for the rhythm game. Before I would, like, have to look at my controller sometimes and just forget where stuff is. Now I know where everything is. Because I've had to memorize it for the rhythm game. So that's very helpful. So if at any point the audio gets too, like the game audio gets too loud, just tell me and I'll fix it. But for now I'm going to assume it sounds good. Alright, knockout. Let's do knockout, regular. Fall Guys. You guys played Fall Guys? It's kind of like Squid Game, but with less death and also nothing like Squid Game. Stop being so relatable, Exhibit. My poor back is shit. Yeah, I mean, it's because of the shitty chair. I need to get, like, a proper chair. This is like a dining room chair. I just... I game on. I did a straight-up week listening to your ASMR for sleep, a week of lo-fi, and then a few more weeks with changing what was playing in my ears. Long story short, Exhibit ASMR helps me sleep more. That's awesome! I'm glad to hear that. Must be starved, poor thing, because I haven't been making a lot of them. I'll try to make more. I've one in the making right now. Oh, whoops. I fucked that up, man. I just have the worst posture known to man. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, why are the less comfortable postures the most healthy ones? What's up with that? Why is it more comfortable to have unhealthy postures? Like what? Be swinging. Fuck, dude. Check out Exhibit A's ASMR after stream. Thank you. Fuck you. What was that? Oh, got it. I do have a very cool ASMR channel. I'm scared to listen to your ASMR videos. Not sure I'm ready for that step. What do you mean? If you do, whenever you do inevitably listen to it, which you will, one of my, here's some recommendations. One of the best ones to watch would be the Yandere Hypnosis ASMR. What was it? Yandere Childhood Friend Hypnotizes You, I think it was called. And that's the... There's... I mean, it's short, but it also showcases, like, my writing ability. So I feel like that's a good one to go with. The, another one that's also really good is the Time Traveler one. The Time Traveler husband visits you from the future. So those are the two that I'd highly recommend. Now, I will say my voice has gotten better since then, since either of those. So you might notice my voice doesn't sound as like silky smooth as it does now, because I've perfected it more lately. But the story with the Yandere Hypnosis one is like, it's a really good story. You'll like it. You will like it. It's a very crazy, twisty-turny story with a lot of plot twists. And I cannot tell you why I cannot tell you what makes it interesting without spoiling it for you. But everyone who has watched it thinks it's really cool. And another one, again, is the Time Traveler one. It's cool for different reasons. Hey, don't knock me out. tossing chickens at each other. Time Travel Husband is the only one I haven't watched yet. Yeah, so that one's less accessible because it's long. So that's why I'm recommending the Hypnosis one first. But the Time Traveler one is definitely also really good. Definitely do watch that, Sarah. I know it sounded a little bit pompous recommending my own material, but like it is well written. Or like an ASMR at least. I know I sound like a huge, I know it sounds like I'm full of myself saying that. And it's because I am. I am full of myself. So. Definitely not ready to stop loving Leon. You can still love Leon. In fact, I actually really want to do a Leon audio at some point. I think after I finish Resident Evil 4 Remake, I'll probably try to make one. The very first Yandere video series is a personal fave of mine. A lot of people do like that, and it got very popular, even though it was my very first video. Like, I had success right from my very first video. And in fairness, if that didn't happen, I probably never would have continued my channel, because I was just trying it out for the hell of it, for the fun of it, and then it ended up doing so well, and I was like, holy shit, I have to continue this. So, like, I just had instant success. And I've been trying to replicate it ever since, because now whenever I make stuff, it does not get that many views. The algorithm does not favor me anymore. Or I've just lost my touch, I don't know. But probably the algorithm, because I still make some, I don't know. Leon ASMR for me? I will. I definitely will do Leon stuff at some point. It is something I plan on. Bro's not playing Fall Guys now? Yeah. I'm playing Fall Guys. Is Fall Guys like a cringe streaming game? It's a cringe. Oh, I got killed by the acid that kills people. Careful. Oh, what's this? Oh, what's that? No, are you serious? I'm gonna what is this? In cringe, I just thought it died. A lot of people were streaming it whenever it came out, but I was not. I didn't exist yet at that point. Well, I knew about the game, I just wasn't interested in playing it yet. Because I didn't really know anything about it. I'd heard of it, but the only thing I knew about the game was that my friend managed to obtain a copy by scamming a pedophile. By catfished a pedophile by pretending to be like 14 or something. And then he got the pedophile to give him money, and then he used that money to buy Fall Guys. And that was the most I knew about the game. That's the only... Anyway. Fuck, he's never gone, he's everywhere. Yeah, he's probably somewhere. Let's go again. Sarah, stop being needy. He is here. He's watching. He's lurking. Baki's not here, I'll leave again. She needs orders from Baki. Baki's her master. And 2 laps is a race. Is it a race? I'm the best racist of all time. Just watch. How many times have I made that joke, chat? Does it get less funny every time I make that? I feel like I have funny jokes, but I make them too many times. Owie. 1,751 times so far, but still funny. Damn. Got it. Oh, my poor back. I'm gonna have to stop streaming for my back. Eventually. Eventually. Not yet. Slide down. Slippy slide. These all races? Oh, I should have dived. I forgot to dive. I'm doing a terrible job. Bro, I'm gonna lose this. I'm gonna be the worst racist. Can't believe this. Looks at the back pain. I got a heal to the spine last month. No fun. I should maybe like see someone about it to make sure there's no like long-lasting damage to the fact I've been using this chair so long. I thought that might happen. I need to lock in more, because I'm very much not focusing, so I'm like equally paying attention to chat as I do to the game. Can you make that sexy sound again? Right. There you go. There's your daily dose. We all just fucked up spines. Yeah, I guess so. I have 2 big reasons for my back pain. Do you know? You should send me a picture of the reason just so I can know what it is. No particular reason. Anyway. Failure from success. Thank you, so I thought you hated me. No. Are you a doctor? Yeah, I'm a doctor. If you show me the issue, I can help. Yep. Yep. I'm a doctor, and I learned my doctoring from the greatest doctor of all time. His name is Dr. Sins. Alright, I'm gonna try to lock into the game a little bit more. Vex says hi to everyone through me. Hello, ducky. Oh, frick. Oh, I can't. At least this game is good for pig noises. You're a doctor, I have no other choice? Yeah. I will do a thorough examination. You got a doctorate getting your mic pregnant, okay. Okay, I need to actually I said I would focus and I didn't. Let's do it. Okay. Lock in. What is this? Is it gonna suck me? I think it's gonna suck me. Hang on. I'm gonna take a chance on getting sucked. Okay, never mind. I ruined everything. I ruined everything. I literally ruined everything. My life is ruined. It will never recover from this. I'm literally going to lose everything. This is the worst. I just wanted to go in the suck machine. I just wanted to get sucked. Okay, go. There we go. Got sucked. Yeah, I didn't even... I would have gotten there so much faster if I just walked. Instead of falling down again. What is this? Ugh. Alright, suck me. There we go. The suck was a little too tempting. Yeah. Bro, what is... I'm just bouncing me around. Oh no, only one more person can make it? Are you kidding me? I'm gonna actually fail it on the first thing. Oh my goodness. No, come on. It's like me and one other person competing for this. Oh, I can't. Please fall. Please fall. Please fall, guy. Please fall, guy. Oh my goodness, what was happening? Oh, I can't believe this. Sarah, Hayuki trying to get someone to exhibit? I mean, I'm a doctor. I'm just helping her out. Yeah, sure, it'll involve her, like, taking her shirt off and me doing an examination, on her back. But it's a medical procedure. It's to help her, have no more back problems. Right? Right, Sarah? There's nothing weird going on here. It's so nice of you examining me for free. What can I say? I love my job. We said the thing, that's the title. On her back? Yeah. The trapezes are the fastest route to the finish line. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Alright, gonna lock in. Are you kidding me? Alright, we made it. Exhibit so much you can't wait to meet him in person. Did she say that? Let's go. Yes, and we're gonna make it. Awesome, let's go. Poggers. I proved so many of the other things you claimed you didn't say that people will just believe me. Yeah, at this point, Baki could just make up a quote that she's never even said. We'd believe her. Believe him. That is true, honestly. That's the thing, right? It's like, that applies to being a content creator. It's like, as a content creator, if you say enough true things, like enough smart sounding things that are true and sound and stuff, you can just slip in some bullshit every now and then and people will believe that too, because they think of you as the cool guy, the cool smart guy who knows everything, right? And that's what I do all the time. Like, I just slip in misinformation because I know you guys will, like, believe it. I knocked some people over. Leave this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe it's not butter. Dude, what is this? Let's go. Flying. Why am I so bad at this? I was doing better when I wasn't playing on stream. The chat maybe distracts me too much. Alright, we're leaving. Try it again. I keep failing on the second one. This is no good. Okay, this is taking a while. Dude. Wait, am I... Bro, I'm still spectating. Let me leave. You kidding me? I didn't want this. I chose to leave. Love to be your reason for failure exhibit. That sounds kind of weird. Is that what you say to people during No Nut November? You know, during No Nut November, there's like people, there's literally people, there's like women on Twitter who make it their whole mission to like make people fail. There was this one person who was like, there was this one person who was like, she was like, you know, people kept like people kept saying to her like, I'm gonna win No Nut November, you can't beat me, and she'd be like, bet, and then they'd go into like DMs, and then she would post pictures afterwards, screenshots of their messages. And then she would be like, another one down, look, I made them submit. And then she'd like post the screenshot of them admitting to it on the on the freaking DM. So it is what you say during November. Yeah. Anyway, that was... And there'd be so many people, like, challenging her and being like, oh my god, they're like, you won't beat me! And then they'd go down too, and she'd be so proud of herself. Everyone would be like, bro, how are you doing this? What are you saying in these DMs? Like, what are you doing? You little fucking... succubus. And everyone was, like, amazed at her. Anyway. I'm gonna head out. I'm really hungry now, so I'm gonna make some macaroni. Stream's been amazing, and as always, you all are awesome. Thanks for stopping by, Unknown. It's been super cool. That's a strategy. They can just say they're doing well on their note in November, and then she will DM them spicy stuff. I low-key think that's what some people were doing, I imagine. You know, she's a real one if she sends you spicy shit during note in November. Yeah. Still going? I am. Hello, Kit Kat. Hello. It's always nice when you're able to pop by. Alright, second one. Let's race to the end. Balls. Fuck, I got hit in the face with the balls. I need to not get hit by balls. Okay, careful. Fuck. His stamina's improving. Surprised he's lasted this long. Yeah, what can I say? My stamina's getting better. I can last a long time now. Are you kidding me? Okay, well I'm near the end anyway, right? Am I? I'm not sure. Balls. Heartbroken. For a second there, I thought you wrote balls and then just a regular heart emoji, and I was like, what? You love balls. Oh, okay, let's go. Come on, don't fail it this time, please. Oh my goodness. Fuck my life, dude. Oh, there's only 20 seconds left. Okay, well, we're not taking risks. I'm just gonna... Please, please, please. I'm gonna commit arson. It's always a good time for the last hours, am I right? That is true. That is true. Baki, you made a big mistake. You said he's super old, and he's 36. That's kind of close to your age, Baki. You roasted yourself. Oh, you fucked up. You're calling yourself old. Oh, 36 is in his prime then. Yeah, switching up now. Expect your elders come. Nah, leave him alone. Yeah, I might have fucked. Yeah, you walked right into that one. I need to actually get to one of, like, the last stage of at least one of these. Internet sucks. I hate. Yeah, it's a lot of buffering. I had to take care of everything. What is this game? It's Fall Guys. Plays a guy and you try not to fall. You got these little stages where you gotta race other people to the end. And if you don't make it... There's only a limited amount of people who can get through. So if I don't make it through in time, then... I fail. So it's a competition. Lasts until there's only one person left. Here we go. Bro, careful. You have to sacrifice someone you love to the internet gods. I will sacrifice Exhibit A. Wait, you love me? Sacrifice something you love. You're sacrificing me? You love me? Nothing wrong with a guy in his 30s. That's been my preference since I was 19. Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with wanting someone more mature. Maturity is something I really do value in a partner. The internet gods don't know that. No, you can't back out of this one. You literally admitted to loving me. Everyone saw it in 4K. Tsundere act is over. What is that? Oh, okay. Oh, I got it. Nice. Now the internet gods do know? Yeah, now all of China knows you're here. Got it. No sacrificing. Also, yes, Baki could easily pass for much younger. To be honest, he's the most physically attractive guy to ever like me, and it's intimidating. That's awesome. Lucky you. Never admitted to such a thing. Get over it, brother. And you're even calling me your brother to try and win me over even more. That's crazy. Wait, no, not brother. Realize your mistake. Fuck, late again. Hello, Zana. It's okay, it happens. Okay. Yo, this map has tentacles on it. There's a tentacle over there. See that? Wait, what's the objective of... Okay, it's just not to fall off. People might try to knock me off. Let's be careful. If I fall off, that's it, I'm dead. You only get one life, I'm pretty sure. Careful. So 7 people have to be eliminated. Oh, Big Brother, it works better. Yeah, yeah. Oni-chan. When incest begins again. Yeah. Great. Nice. Uzana-chan? What do you mean? That's you, is it not? It's you. Or I guess you don't want to be called Chan anymore. Close this window. Exhibit Big Brother. Wow, Sarah, down girl. Yeah, chill. Make her chill out. Call me Big Brother. Always wanted a Big Brother, but not like this. What other reason would you want a Big Brother for? This music goes kind of hard. What is this? It's like a remixed version of the main theme. It's like a boss theme. Alright, come on, come on. Gotta survive. I'm gonna not look at chat. I need to lock in. Got it. Sibit down, boy. Hey. Toy's big brother and her daddy. Yeah, she's your, sister-daughter wife. Okay, well... Fucking obstacle course. Grab the crown. Wait. What are we even doing? Well, I guess we just get to the end, right? Or does only one person get the crown? We have to grab it from him. So if that's how it works, this will be pain. What? Are you kidding me? So wait, is it just one person who... Oh, okay. Only one... Okay. Well, I made it to the last stage. That's good. Bell, welcome. Zebit is bullying Sarah. I haven't done anything to her. I haven't done anything. But yeah, welcome back, Belle. Play again. That's why X-Bully is my enemy. Grimace, you haven't been around during some of these other times. Normally, Sarah is the one being the biggest bully. Sarah's normally the mean one. You just happen to be here while I have the upper hand. I mean, I always have the upper hand. She tries to bully me all the time. Doesn't work because I'm just a cool guy like that, you know? What a lie. It's not a lie. Sour and dairy. I even complimented you once today. You never have the upper hand. I never bully you. Yeah, do I never have the upper hand, or do you never bully me? Which is it? Come on. Frick, dude. You hear Bella's back? Do I have my clone collection? Yeah. Almighty, dude. Can I make it? Can I make it? Oh, fuck. Yes, I made it. Thank God. Just barely. Holy crap, just barely. Was I the last person to get through? Gotta go. Goodbye forever until next time. See you, Zana. Hope it's not goodbye forever. We'll see you next time. Dodge the flying fruit and race up the conveyor belt. Okay. Getting fruity up in here. Oh, jeez. Okay. Come on, come on. We can survive this. We can do this. We can do this. Locking in. Banana. Okay, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Don't let me fail this, please. Please. Please, please, please. Yes, I did it. I did it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, poggers. I timed Sarah out for slander, but she'd probably like it. Would she? Is she weird? Maybe she would maybe she would enjoy it. It's a bit fruity. The women are saved. The men are enslaved. It's a good day for everyone. Yeah, me turning gay is the only way that the women of the world will have a chance of ending up with anyone else. Because otherwise I'm going to take them all. I'm simply too irresistible. And when I say irresistible, I literally mean that they cannot resist. Anyways. Is this the last stage? I think it might... Is it? I think it's just the second stage, isn't it? Or I'm not sure. I've lost count. Maybe one of you guys can tell me. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh. Goodness me. Careful now. Not enough space here for everybody. Almost got it. Amazing. We did it. You'll discover so much more. Ooh. Alright, this is the last stage. I have to be the last one standing. I need to outlast everyone else. So I have to last longer than all these other men. How long do you think you guys would last? Are you kidding me? Oh, come on. Alright, that was close. That could have been bad. Jeez, all the platforms are falling. Dude. Fuck, oh my god, I hate this. Just cause, oh. Okay, well. It's alright. Yo, hello David James. Welcome. I've finished the Menhera Monday segment. Alright. What's up, David? How'd you find me? How'd you discover me? Was I just in your recommended, or are you from my ASMR channel? What brings you to my humble abode? Is there other modes? I want to check the other modes. What other modes are there? Squads. I don't need squads. Alright, well, there's ranked knockout, but I'm going to do more bad at that than regular knockout. Should only do that once I start winning regular knockout. Recommended? Cool. Well then, your YouTube recommended is very blessed. YouTube knows exactly where you're supposed to go. That guy's falling? The guy is falling? Falling guy? To commit arson. We're all free falling until we end up in Exhibit's chat. True. You guys A life without Exhibit A is a life where it feels like you're free-falling. It's like you live without purpose, you know? And then when you discover Exhibit A, now your life means something. It's not like you're free-falling now. Living without Exhibit A is like being a fall guy. Let's go. Fuck. Almost made it. Epic. Nice. We got it. One of the last ones through. Barely. Hi guys. Are you actually I don't know if you're leaving as a joke or if you're actually leaving. I haven't been up to date with chat. I'm just happy you're not licking any toes in the what? What? Why? What? Why? You kidding me? Fucking assholes. I should have made that, something blocked me. Wait, how do I get the score? Oh right, I need to go through the hoops. Okay. I see. Hoops. Hoops. Got it. I'm so good at it. Let's go. Oh, come on, dude. Go. You kidding me? Go. Come on. Writers have too much power. Great Shy never writes. Yeah, his book is just gonna be filled with feet everywhere. And Chinese women, I guess. Are you kidding me? So it just makes life better in general? This is true. Just for the hell of it, I'm gonna try the ranked mode. Even though it's probably a terrible idea. Because I want to try everything before I stop. When in doubt, just write exhibit fanfics. That is a good way to go. I'm a good source of inspiration. Wait, hang on, get out of this. Ranked. My ranks early in this lose point. Okay. If Ed Tato commands me to leave, I'm staying. Damn. Poor Sarah, she's getting like fucking pummeled in the chat right now by everybody. Let's finish the lap, come on. Doing all these laps, I wish someone would be on my lap. I mean, what? What a weird thing to say. Who said that? I made it. Except that's what she wants. What do you mean, poor Sarah? That is true. She actually does, yeah. Friggin' masochist. I'm not pummeling. What lap? What? Are you volunteering, Sarah? Ladies, there's plenty of exhibit to share. Puts on exhibit cosplay. You can sit on my lap, baby girl. Oh my god. That's a pretty good exhibit impression. What is this? Wait, is not falling off the only objective? Oh my god, oh my god. How did I... Oh, it's a miracle. It's an Australian Christmas bloody miracle. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh no! I'm the last one who wait, what? Guys, I actually survived. Someone died like a split second before I did. I was right about to die. Did you see that? That's insane. God wants me to win. What stage is this? Oh my, what was that? Okay, wait, I need to collect all of these. Collect 75 of them. Yo, we got these freaking golden ones. Let me. That's... Yeah, gimme, gimme, gimme. Eat, let me eat, let me eat. Yum, yum. Yummy, yummy. Okay. No one's qualified yet, but only 8 get through. Gotta be careful. Gotta be so, so careful. Gimme. Yum, yum. Eat, eat. Oh, no. I need help? Well, go get help. Goodness. 5 of qual- Are you kidding me? I have no time to get the rest of this. Please. Please, Speed, I need this. My mom's kind of homeless. Oh my god. Yo, so you should do a walking simulator stream. I mean, DayZ stream. Maybe. I don't know if DayZ is my kind of game anymore. It's one of those games I used to really want to play when I was younger. Because I loved zombie survival stuff. But I didn't have a PC that could run it back then. And now that I do have a PC that could run it, I'm not as interested. But you know what? The ranked mode is kind of cool. We'll do one more. And then I'll probably end stream. Unless I end up wanting to play Fortnite. I don't know. Well, it's kind of late though. I kind of want to get some food and rest my back. It's toxic and funny. Maybe. Should I go do homework? You probably should. I mean, how much time have you got to do it? You probably should do your homework. It's important. Though I also do like to have viewers, so... It turns into an exhibit sleep stream. I could do that someday. Just stream myself sleeping. Let's go. One more lap. Let's go, let's go. Oh, please. Right. Speedy, speedy. Nearly there. Are you kidding me? Don't do that. Nice. We got it. We won. Didn't even realize how late it got. I love hanging out with you guys. The time just flies when you're here in this community. With me. So, but I think Sarah has attachment issues with you specifically. It's all part of my master plan. I manipulate women. I make them reliant on me. Hello, Marlon. Welcome. And yes, Fall Guys. Very cool game. Is that Squidward? That's Squidward. Oops, scored. Oh my goodness. How do I... Wait! I went through that! Come on! What? I totally went through that, didn't I? Why does that not count? What the hell? Are you kidding me? Fuck is that shit? Wait, what? Come on. Oh my god, that is such bullshit. What is that? Oh my god. This is fucking ridiculous. Oh wait, is the hoop only for people... Is it like the last hoop? I can't believe this. Okay, we need to fix this. We need to salvage this. Oh, okay, finally got one. Oh no. Got it. Okay. I'm gonna head out, gonna do some chores. Wish me luck on that chapter 3 of Exhibit fanfic goes well. Alright, good luck. I guess I never actually read it, did I? Damn. I stay because I like spending time with you guys and immediately assume I'm hypnotized by Exhibit A. Yeah, hypnotized by your yandere childhood friend. I think I'm at least done with Fall Guys for now. Should I end stream or should I... See how Belle says she's leaving and then actually leaves, so... It's either stop streaming or play Fortnite, but my back hurts and I'm a bit hungry. So maybe I should go. Is Exhibit A my childhood yandere friend? Yes. Except if you end, certain people do their homework, right? Maybe a little bit of Fortnite? Okay, I'm convinced. We'll play it, like, at least one game. It's literally in the same launcher. Epic Games, so... That's a sign. Wait, what? Why is it not... Did Fortnite uninstall? What? Hang on, this doesn't make any sense. What? What is... This can't be right. This cannot be right. What happened? Something went wrong here, because I had to reinstall, Fall Guys. But that's going to take a while to download. Shit. Something's wrong here. Okay, this cannot be right. There's got to be a... It's a sign that I'm supposed to stop. So, yeah, something... Because it happened to Fall Guys and this. Maybe... Stop faking tech. It's not fake. Jeez, what is happening? What is happening? Okay, hang on. Didn't I have an icon for Fortnite? Somewhere here? No, what the heck? And the icon's missing. Or the icon's there, but it's a blank page. It's like the way it shows up whenever a program's been deleted, but the icon's still there. That's weird. How the hell? Okay, well, I think I suppose that's time to stop stream then. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Alright, I guess that's it, guys. You almost had me convinced to try one more. Okay. Let's catch up on all the messages. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for being here. This has been quite a fun stream. I've enjoyed myself pretty thoroughly. Where is it? Appreciate your presence here. Hope you have a good rest of your night. And without further ado, I will see you in the next stream. Bye-bye.